Bitcoin spot ETF goes live for trading on Thursday, and we have new highs in this rally as were to be expected for the period, coming up into that event. And now the question is, is the party over? So we're going to be going over some very, very hard numbers tonight, or tonight, whatever time it might be for you and whatever portion you are in within this world, that if met would suggest that the party is indeed over for a while now, and Bitcoin plays out some higher term time frames sideways and down, probably for the next month or two, if met. Other than that, I want to welcome you back to the Eric Crime YouTube channel. Blah, 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 blah. YouTube stuff. Make sure to like, subscribe, and herp your derp on the derp button as well, because funnily enough, it actually does work, as the numbers on this channel, or the subscribers on this channel, has actually gone up to over 187,000, which is absolutely insane. And to illustrate how insane it is, just go back to the first video, the first year's worth of videos on this channel. It was never meant to get this big, which is actually insane. So I do want to say a heartfelt thank you for joining in on this journey, because it's been pretty damn fun, actually. All right, let's get into the actual chart view over here. First things first, a nice message from everyone's favorite internet guru, Mr. Andrew Tate. He's going to tell you all about crypto, but you wouldn't listen anyways. Why is that? The truth is, you're a loser, like most people. I'm a loser too. You think you're a genius, you think you know everything. That's a very astute observation, Mr. Tate. You continue to fail, you continue to underperform, blah, 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 blah. This goes on fucking forever. It's just large internet copy with a link to join the real world. For only $50, you too can be rich as fuck. Or at least not a loser. So fair enough. Just another reminder of the genius of the internet going on right here. If you've been in the space for a while now, you probably know, you can probably understand, okay, that message was very interesting right there. I wonder what the other thoughts, how do those kind of hold up in light of that? Anyways, enough of that. Let's get into the actual hard numbers for tonight. So first things first, I want to start off this video with some more hard-hitting information as to what numbers, if met on today's daily closure, 2-day closure, 3-day closure, even weekly closure for CME, would suggest that Bitcoin is ready to, is likely done to the upside for a while. So for today's daily closure, what's the magical number to turn daily stochastic momentum to the downside? That would be 45,900. Currently, Bitcoin is trading about 30 to 40 bucks above that pivot as of this moment. 2-day time frame will also turn down and is closing tonight below 46,500. So obviously, if the daily pivot's met, the 2-day pivot will be met, and the 3-day pivot as well, which is also closing tonight too at 46,500. The 5-day pivot, which is not closing tonight, is closing in 3 days, will also come to the downside, assuming Bitcoin's below 48,000 bucks. And for CME, on the weekly, which is closing today, will continue to the downside, assuming that Bitcoin essentially remains below the current high at 49,000 bucks or so, a little bit below there. So ultimately, when we see all these higher term timeframes start to align with each other, these are, in my experience, pretty good opportunities for some major pullbacks. Keep in mind, on CME, we do have a nice gap coming in from about very low 39,000 bucks. Also kind of be in alignment with the yellow 21, somewhere around there as well. But ultimately, this is just a game, in my opinion, of looking for the next major high or low. And so if Bitcoin were to play out a pullback, somewhere around there, where would that put us in terms of percentage losses? About 25%. And I do think that would be kind of like the lower end of what's expected, because remember, on this channel we've been saying for the past month and a half now, there's very likely a big correction coming sometime in Q1 before the halving, because we've always seen a pretty massive correction starting around the halving, like sometimes a little bit before, a few months leading up to it, sometimes like right on it. But that has been very, very consistent for Bitcoin throughout the history of Bitcoin. So again, if these pivots are met, especially the daily one for today, I would say that's the next big puzzle piece, suggesting that, hey, Bitcoin has put in the highs for a while now, and it's time to be looking for sideways and down, resulting in, first and foremost, very likely a higher low. And this does not change my long-term views on Bitcoin, in the sense that Bitcoin very much more likely to make new highs in this rally sometime later this year, probably after after the second quarter, if I had to guess. But in the interim, Bitcoin's been straight up for the past more than a year now. It's not too crazy to be looking for some sideways and down, in my opinion. So again, if those pivots are met, okay. that becomes a real topic of conversation. And if we look at, and we can look at the 2-day time frame setup as pretty much resolved over here, because realistically, for this setup, we expect it to take about 18, 19 days on average, and the average move is about 27% with the standard deviation of 10 almost. So we have hit within the bounds of that. Bitcoin's gone on for a little bit more than a 20% move from the base of where that started, and it's taken about it'll be like 10 days now. So that would be definitely on the lower end of average days. So, that's why I do say today's closure for the daily is very, very important to really start to goose the probabilities in favor of this being the next major high. But for now, it's a strong possibility, again, pending today's daily closure. These statistics would certainly incorporate the move that we've seen. Like it wouldn't be crazy to say that that's like it, is what I'm trying to say. The only thing that's a little bit iffy right here, right now, is the average amount of days, I'd say. Okay, cool. Now let's move on to the next thing. So I want to revisit this chart as well. This was the chart that we were looking at for sort of timing major highs that are propelled by events in Bitcoin's history. And we have a couple of vertical bars right here in the green side. This correlates to the announcement of CME futures in 2017. This correlates to the actual listing. You can see that Bitcoin basically topped. It actually topped one day before the first official day of trading. But in the period leading up from the announcement to the next, to that trading date, like real trading date, it was just straight up. Which is also why we were saying, hey, coming into yesterday, which was the first day of trading for the ETF, the spot ETF, I should say, Bitcoin's likely to make new highs, probably within the first hour of trading. And that's, I'm trying to toot my own horn here, but that's exactly what we got. And I'm not saying that for that purpose. I'm saying that because you can kind of apply the same logic for most things is what I found in my experience. So you can use that. Again, it doesn't need to be for Bitcoin. Anyways, Coinbase IPO, same shit over here. Announcement in March of 2021, highs made on the first day of trading, and then big fucking correction to follow the next few months. And then what do you know? Bitcoin got its futures ETF BITO. This one was actually announced and then started trading within a day of each other. This one actually did make new highs after that. It wasn't significantly new highs. If we were to look at the wick here, I just need to remove it so I can actually see. It was about 2.5% more. But it did make new highs, to be fair. So this would be the one thing that's like not kind of consistent with what I'm saying right now, but it would still say that not timing wise, but price wise, we're very fucking close to it, if not have already seen it. So could we, I don't know, maybe see one more wick to the upside into the low 50s? I think at best case scenario, you might get a read towards like 52. But if Bitcoin closed below the pivots that we outlined today, I think that's pretty unlikely. I think that'd be very unlikely. And that we just saw it yesterday alongside that. Anyways, as we move on through the different charts here, let me see. Yeah, also I wanted to bring up this as well. This is just a list of all the corrections that we've seen in the past little over a year now. And again, I want to point out that especially in the last, over the past few months here, Bitcoin's been having more corrections more frequently. Yeah, they haven't been as big, but they are very quick. They are very volatile. And these are very commonly signs of a major high or a major low coming relatively soon. And even just this week, actually, we've seen not just one day, yesterday, of 7% move from high to low, but we've actually seen all of the past every day this past week has been 7% or more from the high to the low. Monday was almost 10% to the upside. So again, you see these sort of volatile wicks around major highs and major lows. And in this case, after having a rally like this, probably a major high, probably not a major low. In fact, very unlikely. Again, a lot of things are really kind of aligning here for this acting as a major high, in my opinion. Not necessarily my opinion, but just as far as, the objective information that we've kind of gone over earlier today. As far as the HPDR goes, this one actually still, it's a lot more lenient towards more upside. Yeah, to be fair, it's actually a lot more lenient towards upside. So, if we're gonna play out more upside from here, and this one calls it, I'm just deleting everything else, and I only use the HPDR from now. But again, I do think that there is real cause for concern, assuming that today's daily closures meets the minimum criteria that we outlined earlier. What else do we want to talk about? Actually, Ethereum. So Ethereum is really interesting. I won't go through like a full analysis here on Ethereum, but I do believe that Ethereum actually, while Bitcoin, starts to distribute at this high, I do think that Ethereum actually probably tries for some new highs on this rally. I don't think that Ethereum is done just yet, but it's very consistent with what we've seen in the past as well, where Bitcoin rallies first, hits its high first, starts to trade sideways in a range, has some up moves, down moves, blah blah blah, but more or less just range moves, and then Ethereum it kind of takes the reins for a while, makes new highs, and then once Ethereum hits its next major high, then the market kind of all comes down together, and I think that's probably what we're going to see here. So I do think that Bitcoin will spend some time, trading sideways at these highs, basically between let's say $40,000 and $46,000. But while Bitcoin's doing that, you probably will see Ethereum and Ethereum-based altcoins take the reins for a while. Once Ethereum tops out, then that's when, if we're going to see a much more prolonged pullback, we'd expect everything to kind of come down together. But until then, Ethereum, kind of has free enterprise here to continue on with this rally. Maybe put a few more spikes towards $3,000. Got pretty high yesterday, almost 27. So getting there. And I can already see from my list that Ethereum-based altcoins are actually doing decently. So fair enough. That's probably the game for now. And then, as we get closer and closer to the end of this first quarter, the likelihood of this market, again, playing out a pullback, probably below $40,000, becomes more and more likely as far as timing goes. But again, long term, this is very likely going to be an opportunity. Bitcoin is just, would just be on a higher low watch. I mean, shit, anything really above $32,000 is going to look good, is going to look very, very good long term. The monthly could come down, to 33 and just test a 21 here, 34, 35 region. So, realistically, if Bitcoin were to come down, let's say from 50,000, which we can just kind of round up there, to mid 30s, that's a 30% correction. That's kind of par for the course for Bitcoin. I'm just spitballing numbers right here, but again, longer term, would that look anything super crazy? No, not really. Would just be another higher low and set Bitcoin up for, I do believe, an extension of this overall move to the upside later this year. I think that's a good place for me to be leaving off on this video. Hope this one was nice and short and sweet. I wanted to make this one as actionable as possible. And keep those numbers in mind. Daily, 45,900. Obviously, if the dailies met, then the 2-day, 3-day, and 5-day will be met as well, and weekly for CME. So, we'll leave it right there. As always, I want to wish you the best of best. Take care. Much love. There's my bot slave working in the background, unpaid. Actually, it does get paid. It's service, so it costs a little bit of money, but it's fair enough. And I'll see you in the next one. Take care.
Hello and welcome to another update video about Bitcoin. We are in a sector-wide pullback. Yesterday, the market completed a 5-wave move to the upside. Yesterday, around the same time, I made a video and highlighted that, ideally we see one more high towards 48,860, and my target was perfectly reached to complete a 5-wave move to the upside from the recent lows around the 3rd of January. I then warned when I saw that this would be completed on Discord and Telegram to our members that a sharp pullback has to be expected, and also mentioned, of course, it's never guaranteed, But after such a move is finished, like a diagonal pattern, we have to expect a sharp pullback within an hour. We've seen this pullback and we have hit a support area that I then put onto the chart, which is important for the price to hold to allow further upside more directly. In this video, I only want to take a look at the 1 hour time frame. In the last video, I took a look at the daily as well, so feel free to check it out. At the moment, as long as this support area is holding, there are 4 Fibonacci levels to watch that are relevant. But really, if this is an ABC structure in a wave 2 correction currently, the price should move a little lower. And overall, obviously, where do we come from? The idea is that the wave 3 finished here. The wave 3 of a move that started on the 11th of September. Wave 3 started on finished on the 9th of December. We had a wave 4 pullback. And then, yeah, I mean, the minimum expectations for this 5th wave are complete. What does that mean? That means that this entire move from the 11th of September lows could be finished, which means a much larger pullback could be due. However, a 5-wave move like this one that started here on the 3rd of January can always turn into a larger 5-wave move, especially because only the minimum targets and expectations were fulfilled. So, had, for example, this move extended a little more, I would be more confident that really a long-term or more, not long-term, but a more substantial top is in. But because it really only fulfilled the minimum expectations, it's small enough to allow for further extensions higher. And only after these 5 waves are done, circle waves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that only then really we can say that a long-term top obviously has been made. I shouldn't say long-term, I mean a more substantial top. Okay, so we have to allow for that one more extension here. And how would that look like? Well, so we're obviously in an uptrend. Therefore, I don't want to confirm a top in place before the market hasn't given me sufficient evidence. Yeah? And what would be sufficient evidence? What would count as sufficient evidence? It would be a break below the 78.6 retrace of the last rally that happened between the 3rd of January and yesterday's top. And that level is at 42,553. So as soon as we get a sustained break below that level, I would probably see this as a much larger pullback. And it's also then a break below this ascending trend line. The price is still moving in an ascending broadening wedge, you could say, in a price channel. So that support level needs to hold. It's not only Fibonacci support, it's also the trend line support of a range in which the price is currently bound, within which it's bound. And this range started to evolve on the 11th of December. So how would such an extension look like? So first of all, we've seen likely here an A wave down. This here could be a still evolving B wave. And then a C wave down could finish this. Possible ideal targets for a C wave here, 44,772 and 43,840. Down there around the 78.6 retrace would be quite deep for a C wave of a wave 2, but possible. But this here could, for example, turn into a wider flat structure. If I added a micro perspective on here, this could be a small A wave, a B wave, and a C wave. Possible. Now let's add a standard resistance area onto the chart for that B wave. Just gives you some levels to watch. And an area where the C wave of B could finish. That's around 47,280 and 48,250 before we then come down in wave C of 2. That's sort of an idea. Of course, with this dip in support, again, minimum expectations of wave 2 would be fulfilled, but I would primarily assume and prefer that a larger correction unfolds. It's just, it doesn't look quite finished yet. Yeah, that's my update about Bitcoin. I hope you liked the update. If you did, please hit the like button, leave a comment and subscribe. And if you really like the content, then please check out the channel membership. Also, make sure that you follow us on Instagram and Twitter for additional content. Thanks a lot for watching. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, guys. So yesterday we did have the push of Bitcoin up and we ended up around the $49,000 area. And we have had a short-term rejection. Now, today we're going to be speaking about another attempt to the upside. I do see Bitcoin attempting again for that high area of the $50,000 zone. And we know that it's a very important level to get through, as ultimately, guys, this is separating, something big for us to understand. Is this the bear rally, right? Are we going to have a little bit of a cool off going into the halving cycle? And is this alt catch up going to happen for a few weeks now? And then is it time to possibly brace yourself, take some sort of profits? Because if I look at this over here, we have this very important 618 area that we've seen before. We actually saw it this time in 2019 when we had the previous bull cycle, and we made our way up to the initial bull market trend line. And it was also a very significant area of the 0618. And we did not manage to get through that. And that just then caused a little bit of a slowdown before the initial push of all-time highs. And obviously after the halving, seeing the massive explosion. So now again, we are sitting at the same areas. Just a few years later, we have the initial trend over there. And it's very important to understand, is Bitcoin going to chase all-time highs from here? Or is it time now to start preparing for the distribution out of Bitcoin, get the whole market toppy, and then actually have a bit of a cool down, go into the halving, and end of the year, we start to pump. Now, one thing we do have to remember, guys, is the halving is something that, we actually pre-dump the halving, and the pump actually only really happens the year after. So technically, we should actually supposed to be looking at maybe 2025 as the real bull market, but we need to pay attention. We need to now know that everyone is very bearish now at 48,000. We saw the initial reaction of where we got there. And what this is looking, or what we're looking for now, is that mega squeeze. Today, I'm going to show you guys how I see a short-term bounce happening now. I see a Bitcoin push to the upside again to attempt the highs. And we're going to speak about the danger if we don't get through that. But we're also going to speak about how far I see dominance going down and how I see altcoins still to explode and catch up to the market. The only question is this going to be a massive 100, 200% move within altcoins? Or is this the last 30, 40% move? And then we start the correction. But nonetheless, there's tons of trades for you guys to speak about. And there's a lot of short-term plays that I think will make you a lot of money. No more wasting time, guys. Let's go. Alrighty, guys, so we are back in action. Again, we spoke about it yesterday. I survived the bachelors, so I'm here now. We've obviously had the massive news with the ETF and a lot happening. And I think a lot of people are a little bit confused right now, thinking about why we're not at 60K yet. Are we going to go there yet? Or, was it a trap? Was it a sell the news event? And what happens next with altcoins? What should we be doing? Should we be taking profits on a lot of our portfolios? Should we be shifting out of Bitcoin? Because this may be, if we don't get through these levels on Bitcoin, it may be bearish for Bitcoin, but it might be super bullish for Ethereum and as well as the altcoins. So maybe one of the big plays to understand now is just to understand that money will move within the ecosystem, and maybe getting out of some really good Bitcoin positions and getting to altcoin positions is possibly the big play. And there's a lot to speak about specifically on today's show. So guys, if you're brand new to the channel, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button if you enjoyed this content. And remember, the like button makes the whole channel happy. I know Rand keeps saying that the like button gets his mood better. It gets mine better too. And ultimately, guys, we have fought the wars together and I got your back forever. And I think the big thing for me this year is to make sure that I keep educating and I just keep teaching you the skills that I know that you can run this market at any single moment. So we have a lot of things, as in Sniper School, a lot of these, Sniper Club, a lot of tools for you guys to help you along this journey so you can learn the ultimate skill. Everything is below in the description, guys. If you just go look below our shows, you will find everything that's there for you guys. The school is free. I'll show you this over here. Yes, I know, Sheldon. Why don't you have premium YouTube? Guys, we just got a bear market. I'm getting used to it, right? I'm getting used to it back. But here we go. You go below, you can see, here we go. We've got Sniper School, which is free for you guys to join. You just have to open up an exchange link. All the stuff is here below. And we do have the Sniper Club over there as well if you want coaches to help you on the journey. And remember, guys, last push over here. get banter bubbles, best tool you can look at. Reason being is if we look at what's happening right now and we're looking at a short-term bounce in the markets, you want to obviously see what is bouncing the hardest. And you're already getting a little bit of an idea of why is Blur waking up all of a sudden? What's happening with Blur? And it starts to give you a little bit of direction of where to keep your focus on many tokens. So this is a new one that's popped up now over the last 24 hours. And I think we'll chart this in the show because I know Blur's been waiting for a while for initial really, really big pump. I'm still very bullish on Blur. So I want to be speaking about that, but this tool will help you guys a lot. And again, if Ethereum is running, you need to not look just at Ethereum. You got to look at the Ethereum ecosystem. And this tool will help you a lot by doing that. If you just click on the filter section over here, you will see that you can go all the way down and look at all the different narratives that you have. If it's ETH-based narratives, all of these sort of things. Here we go, Ethereum ecosystem. You click on that over there, you can see what is moving. And then all of a sudden, let's say Matic comes to life tomorrow, you can jump to Polygon ecosystem and you can go see what's performing on Matic. And I think the big thing you guys need to learn is, yes, you have the main tokens and the main chains, but you have many projects within those chains too. And it's a really good thing to know that money circulates in these markets, guys. It will go from Bitcoin, it will go to ETH, it will go to Solana, it will go to Matic, and it will shift. And I think a very smart way of doing that is focusing on the main token. When you see the main token is starting to break incredible big barriers, then you start deep diving into the actual ecosystem and you start looking for the gems. And what you do is you assign a little bit of capital of what you want to focus to make money on that specific ecosystem. And then you just split it up into the risk categories. You spread it up into what is low cap tokens in this ecosystem, what is medium cap, what is the more lower risk sort of ones, the bigger players there too. And if you got something like putting $1,000 into this play to make money for this month, end of the day, 60% will go to the best gems and the safest gems to do there. 30% will go to medium and 10% for those small caps. One thing I want you guys to understand is crypto is very, very, very risky if you have poor risk management. If you're going to a lot of these tokens and you don't know how much money you're putting in and it's small caps and you're putting 70%, it can be extremely dangerous. But if you end up putting your percentages correctly, I don't want you to say no to opportunities. I've seen many millionaires be born in the last 3 months off of one or two of the plays that they got. And that just comes from staying part of the narrative and just having that risk management. I want you to look for some small cap gems. Why not? This is your chance to find something that is early that can break through really strong. Just keep thinking about you are your own bank. You are the person in charge right now, and start taking that responsibility. But don't cut it off. Don't be afraid of it, guys. Definitely, broaden. I see we got Stacker there. Good morning, legends. What's happening? What's happening? Stay part of it. So again, this tool will help you guys a lot with that. But let's jump in straight away. So guys, we got rejected at $49,000. We started pushing yesterday. We had the things go live, ETFs go live. We started, nice little push up. I did tweet this yesterday. Make sure you are following me on Twitter, guys. But I spoke about, us reaching this important level. And I said it's a moment of truth for BTC. The most important resistance to get through. Guys, we get through this resistance. It opens the doors of all-time highs. It opens us, to get back to levels that we haven't seen since the last bull market. The question is, a lot of people are super bullish right now. Like I looked yesterday and every single feed on Twitter was this bull, 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 bull. Now, this doesn't mean that that we're not bullish and the play might not play out. There's a big trap coming though. Okay. Now, a lot of people are also saying, okay, what's the trap? The trap is we go back down to sub 40s, right? The narrative's done for now. The hype has stopped, these sort of things. I see it as two different ways. I see as, we pump up, we get everyone bullish, we come down, we get everyone bearish. And I kind of feel these traps are going to actually play both teams. They're actually going to sidestep both teams. And ultimately, I still think we're going to get the result that we want. And what is that result? That result's getting back into 50,000s, getting back into 60,000s and breaking all-time highs. I still think we're going to get there. But they are going to play some simple tricks at the moment. Therefore, if you look at the Bitcoin chart right now, you'll be saying, okay, like, are we getting bearish in the entire market right now? And a lot of us will be saying yes. But then you look at the ETH Bitcoin chart and you look at altcoins right now, and they are looking more bullish than what they've looked for a very long time. So even though you got to understand that, yes, we are at a critical level with Bitcoin, doesn't mean that it's bearish now for Bitcoin. I'm just seeing a big movement of money. And I was thinking, we have to have a pullback, right? We look at these charts over here and we see many weeks here. There must be a pullback at some point, or a decent big pullback. And then I also sat back and I looked at the previous cycles, and I sat last night, guys, and I was like, we never had big pullbacks the last one. All we had was rotation and slowdowns. So when Bitcoin went to a specific area, it slowed down, and then ETH ran, and then everything else ran. And then when ETH slowed down, it went to Bitcoin. So we never actually stopped the bull market ever. We just rotated. And when we rotated, yes, after hundreds and thousands of percent, we did get to a top and we ended up going into a bear market. But again, a lot of us are looking at Bitcoin now and being like, this is quite bearish. We need to pay attention. It's a small pullback. It might get bigger. I'm going to speak about the different scenarios now. And we're zooming in today. We're zooming in slightly so we can play level for level for the next 2-3 days, and especially over the weekend to see how this plays out, because the weekly close is important. So if we look at this weekly candle right now, we obviously want to see, is Bitcoin going to reject hard here? Is it going to happen right now? Or are we going to have a very terrible end to this month, as well as a bad possible February? Or is Bitcoin just going to go flat and range, like I said? And what you want to pay attention to very much is the weekly close this weekend. So if you're looking at Sunday, we very much want to still close this candle green. If this does start, reversing completely and we end up turning this candle, red, which means would go around below the 44,000, that could be a pretty high time frame possible reversal if we get there. So we want to pay attention definitely to that. But as things stand right now, we're still good at the moment. I'm not surprised we saw an initial rejection at these levels. And we're going to speak about a lot of these tokens. I'm seeing a lot of tokens in buy zones now for the push up, and I'll speak about why I think the altcoins are still looking incredibly strong. Let's have a look here. There we go. So if we look at Bitcoin at the moment, this is smaller time frame, and look at the 8-hour charts. I want to see what's going to happen over the weekend. We had the initial push up. We did have a strong rejection, but we got to remember, we did have the initial strong rejections at these crazy areas too. We've seen these big rejections. Remember when we were at 38,000 and everyone was saying like, that's the major level, right? And we got rejected hard. We ended up going from 38,000 all the way back to 35,000, multiple times. I can actually see once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times we actually got rejected to those levels. So initial rejection at the wall, it is scary, but doesn't mean that that's the rejection. You got to understand that this is where squeezes and, a lot of people are shorting the market. So in these areas over here, when we were at 38,000, this is where shorters were trying to stop this level. Bears was trying to stop this level and trying to get price to go back down to the next major levels, right? They're trying to take control. So the initial push over here, yes, there is sales. Yes, there is people shorting the market. But what happens is, as long as we hold support, and this was the crazy part at that time, as long as we hold support, you got to remember there's buyers too. There's a lot of people that want Bitcoin to go back to all-time highs before halving. There's a lot of people that wanted to go a lot earlier this time. And as long as we held these supports, we ended up finally getting through that level. And when we finally got through that level of that 38,000, you got the mega squeeze. And now I'm seeing the exact same thing over here. So what I'm seeing now is I am seeing a push up in Bitcoin at these levels. I do think, however, over the next 24 hours, we can go slightly lower to around 45,000, maybe the mid 40,000s. But then I am seeing a bounce. And reason being is we broke through this same rooftop, which was at 44,000, which was also immediate rejection, right? As the time we got here, we got smacked hard. We came up, we got smacked many times until eventually we got through it and we ended up seeing a squeeze. I'm still seeing that as support. I'm still seeing the bulls as, dominating that level. And the way you want to see that is you see these previous highs here. When you break through it, you want to turn that into support and then chase the next one. And right now, we haven't broken back into that. Another thing that I want you guys to look at is that is your major trend line. Okay. Now, I never want you to be afraid to dip your toes into the market and to still hold some specific positions, especially if you've got a game plan. And my game plan is tracking the original trend momentum from when we saw Bitcoin go from 33,000 all the way to the areas now of close to 50,000. We have made an initial momentum. Like you could see over here, this is right now the momentum. And as long as we hold that momentum, all doors are open. Doors are open to all-time highs. Doors are open to crazy levels within the market. This is what this trend line shows us, is until we are below this trend, we still have a very, very, very strong bullish possibility within the market as long as we held that. And that's a very simple trend. So I want you guys to go to your 8 hours and put these trends over here. Don't be afraid to look at really good buys and really good retests on many alts and many different things. This is the trend line that you pay attention to. If we start losing this trend line at some point, which would show we start losing 42,000, that would be the time to be like, whoa, okay, Bitcoin might have a bigger pullback. Bitcoin might come down to mid 30,000s. Let me de-risk slightly and let me just make sure I'm prepared if that happens, okay? Nonetheless, we're in bull market territory. So you need to start taking approaches in this market a lot less emotional. Okay, a lot less emotional. Okay, this trend's starting to break. We might go to mid 30,000s. Let me check. Am I a little bit too exposed? Okay, that one's a little bit too much. I got a little bit too much leverages here. Slow down slightly, put some stops in play and breathe. You know, that's a very important thing to do. So this trend line, as long as we're above here, I'm still seeing the possibility of breaking those lines at any moment. And you could see, as long as we held those trends previously, it still opened up the big scenario to the upside. So what I'm seeing on the short-term scenario over here, guys, I am seeing at any moment from here, if not slightly lower, I'm seeing another push from Bitcoin. Okay, I'm seeing another push to the upside. Will we break the high is going to be very important. If we do reject the highs, let's say we don't make it higher. So let's say we push up and we don't make it. Then I do think we do come slightly lower. And then we got to really pay attention to this trend to see that, are we going to have that, you know, are we going to lose 40K, go slightly lower? Okay. So for me, the next push is very important. Another thing that I'm also very interested in is to see this dominance. Now, guys, dominance is at a short-term support. Okay. And there's two scenarios here. There's either a bounce coming or there's a collapse. Okay, now that I'm looking at Bitcoin, I'm looking at the bounce of Bitcoin coming pretty soon on the next support. And this one is going to pay a big scenario or a big understanding for me of what's going to happen next if Bitcoin bounces. Are we going to have this dominance completely collapse? Now, guys, you got to remember, going back to dominance over here, we're looking at a very big possibility of at any moment over here, this dominance really coming down, you know, to possibly see the biggest dominance drops that we haven't seen until November 2022, which is a long time. Look at a year and a half of not having a real dominance push to the downside. So now that we're zooming in, you know, this could be the big one. And especially if a Bitcoin bounce happens, why it's so important for us is because Bitcoin doesn't have to break that high in order to release the altcoins. If Bitcoin decides to bounce now, and this dominance decides to drop this level over here, you're still going to see a massive push of many altcoins. And obviously the big one again is Ethereum. Ethereum is looking strong, guys. If we look at this right now, Ethereum is still making this short-term flag at the moment. And it looks like it might even want to break it as we speak right now, where we have this little resistance flag over here. But for me, I'm still looking at higher targets of 3,000. Okay, now the only thing that will stop that dominance from going down and keep tanking is obviously if Bitcoin decides to break that 50,000. If it decides to break it, I expect dominance to push to the upside. But until then, I'm not thinking about Bitcoin much more than 50K. Now, what this means, guys, it means that if Bitcoin goes above 50,000, okay, it means the dominance is still going to go up and we're still in Bitcoin season. As much as I'm saying yesterday and a lot of these things, remember, we take it day by day. But right now we're saying it's ETH season, right? It's altcoin season. It's all these sort of things coming next. If Bitcoin breaks 50,000, we're still in Bitcoin season. Okay, which means the alt season is still coming, and you got to be grateful for that. The higher Bitcoin goes, the way more results we're going to see within altcoins. But if Bitcoin stops at 48,000 or 50,000 and just hovers here, we are going to have that alt catch up. You are going to then get the whole market toppy. And I'm actually going to bring up Capo for this because Capo has actually said something very similar. Here's the chart that he's showing over here. And what he's basically saying, he says altcoins, he's even agreeing with this now. Capo is even bullish. Okay, but he's bullish on altcoins. But he does see a big drop. Now, I don't agree with how low he sees the drop coming after this, but it is a concern, guys. If Bitcoin doesn't get above 48,000, like, don't be surprised for a 20-30% correction at some point within the next few weeks if we don't get through that. But what he's basically saying is Bitcoin has reached the 48 to 50,000 zone and ETH the 2,500 to 600. He sees a last pump to 50K. Well, it is possible. And then Bitcoin should go sideways while the altcoins pump. Money flowing to low caps. After a few days, the entire market should reverse and dump. And that's something that I'm seeing too. I'm seeing if we don't get through these areas of this 48,000, I see a lot more money still to be made with many alts, but I see it happening pretty quickly, as I spoke about before I left. And then I see the whole market correction start to play. So again, day by day, it makes it very important. Now, however, I'm bullish for the day. I'm very bullish on a lot of these altcoins. So the first one, again, Cardano. I actually tweeted yesterday. I said that I'm seeing a Cardano season. I'm very long on Cardano right now. Feels like there's a strong ADA season coming. And this is, yes, it's feelings, but I look at the charts and I'm pretty bullish on the charts. Firstly, it reacted really strong yesterday, made a really strong push. And all that we are seeing from this rejection from Bitcoin, right, at 48,000. I don't know if you saw how strong altcoins held yesterday on that. And you could see all of a sudden, we have just broken out of trends and coming and retesting right now. So now the big question is, again, I'm seeing a Bitcoin bounce incoming. The question is, how high are we going on that bounce? That's the big one. So for me, again, I'm seeing a push here from Cardano, and I'm seeing at least 20% more to the upside. Okay. If the dominance drops that low, I'm then looking a lot higher. You know, I'm looking at areas of 80 cents. I'm looking at $1 to the upside. If that happens, but nonetheless, I'm seeing a bounce now. And again, the way I got to paint this picture is if Bitcoin narrative has ended now and it's coming to an end and we're getting to the altcoin catch up, this is my last opportunity to get altcoins, to make the gains and to take profits on those alts and then prepare for a market pullback into halving and then continue again. So again, it's about not being late anymore when it comes to the market and not putting yourself at risk. This for me is the lowest risk that I've bought altcoins for a while. Because of where Bitcoin's at and because where dominance is at, this is now the time for altcoins to catch up and to shine. Otherwise, we are still in Bitcoin season and it comes in 2-3 months. And that's what you got to understand. You got to not be afraid of the times of when it's time to make that decision. So Cardano, for me, one of the definite strong ones again. And you can look at a lot of these tokens. AVAX right now. There's a breakout. There's a retest. Guys, I'm looking at a push the highs. We will see by Monday if we threw these highs. Again, you might be sitting on the verge of a massive collapse in dominance, and this could get you insane entries. Those who are brand new, those who took a loss in the last week or when I was gone, you know, when altcoins got bled for 1 week, it got completely. If you took a loss, I want to remind you again, it takes one trade, it takes one moment to change your entire game. We have a guy here in the office as well, and he had a couple, $40-$50 on Solana. He got an airdrop, and this guy's sitting in $10,000-$20,000 all of a sudden from having absolutely nothing previously before. And that's what I want to remind you again, that as many times that let's say you struggle, you go down through a down route over there. I need you to keep fishing, and you keep learning the risk management, but I want you to keep playing the game. And when you keep playing the game, you'll see how one trade will change everything. Now, I've seen how Solana changed many people's lives, again, after doing it the first time and then, I wouldn't say ruining it, but having a massive pullback, but ultimately recreating that opportunity again, and it helped a lot. So going back again to these coins, look in this over here. AVAX, I'm looking at a really strong push to the upside. Atom, I still feel there's a really big Cosmos ecosystem narrative play incoming. And this, again, is just popping into support zones right now as we speak. And a lot of these tokens, if we go through them, you can see where they're sitting at the moment. They're literally sitting on retest zones over here. So for the day, guys, I am bullish on a lot of these tokens for a push to the upside. The big question is, are we going to get through these highs? If it comes by Monday and we have Bitcoin still sitting below the 48 and starting to lose weakness, we will get to a point of taking some profits and really just considering that the market might have a 30% correction. Right now, altcoins I still see really rampaging hard. The question is it the true altcoin season in play now, or is this just a quick little catch up and we're going into a pullback and then continuing the major push? But let's go through a few over here. So another one, again, EGLD, I'm looking really strong. But look at things like, here we go, Filecoin, broken trend in Reeboks now, in support zone now, looking incredibly strong. We have Phantom, there we go. So for me, guys, these are opportunities that I'm taking advantage of now. Yes, I still have a lot of the same coins. I do have a few others. Let's just see where they're at the moment. I got Casper. Casper is one of the bigger ones I've been speaking about. I see Casper pushing up today as well. So if you like Casper, it's in the top of the support zones. Now, guys, a lot of these charts that I've showed you guys now, you could see a lot of these trends, right? A lot of them are broken. A lot of them are retesting. A lot of them I'm seeing a push to the upside. Where altcoins will really melt faces or really do incredible things is if they get through these highs. If all of these coins get through these highs over here, you're going to see a very big squeeze from a lot of tokens. And this could be anywhere of up to 60, 80% gains from a lot of these tokens. But we don't want to think too far ahead just yet. Right now, we look at a lot of these tokens now. We say, okay, we look at this. That's still 30% gains, right? Until we have to make the next big decision. Right now, the big decision is what's in support zones. Where can I calculate my risk? So if you look at a lot of these charts that are showing the break of trends here, it's quite simple. You're at the point now of where we must bounce and the bullish scenario must play out. And therefore means your protection zones are anywhere over here. Anywhere below these trends over here, under decent candles. If we come back in here, we in crap. It means Bitcoin's going to the possible 40,000, if not the late $30,000 zones, if that happens. So now by entering these here and protecting here, again, it's coming to the point of learning how to buy support buys on a lot of these tokens. So any of the charts that I'm showing, if I don't tell you where to put your stop, just remember, Sheldon shows you trend lines and he shows you areas of protection. And ultimately, this, if we don't get through the areas, this will be the TP zones on a lot of these trades. And obviously, what we're looking for is if we can break through, then we know we've caught the real big fishes. And that will come by Monday. Remember, day by day is what we got to look at. But let's go through a few of these over here. GRT, looking incredibly good at the moment. Also broke short-term trend. So there's short-term trends. And the reason I am showing you guys this, you got to remember that a lot of these altcoins are still at the range highs over here. And we're on the verge of a major squeeze within altcoins. And where you see these squeezes is obviously looking at the major gaps that you can see. You can see we are right at resistance of GRT. And the next resistance is showing, in the areas of 100% away. So why I'm always interested in here is I always want to get into my positions before the rest of the world gets into them, before they start going on Twitter and everyone shows and thumbnails and all these sort of things. I want to make sure I'm in. In order to do that, I need to be fishing when it is at these uncomfortable areas of where, no one's yes, we can reject, but ultimately, if we break through this, no one's talking about GRT now. But I can guarantee you, if we break through this, you'll see many people talking about GRT next week. And that's the goal, is to always know when you're at that critical level of when to pay attention to the token. So GRT, again, you know what's crazy? Is I literally enter every single trade that I enter at the moment is in my head, this is the trade. This is the trade. This is the trade that's going to change everything. This is the trade that's going to do. And that's my thinking right now. My thinking is that I need one, I need two. Out of 10,000 trades that I take, out of 10,000 tokens that are out there, I need that one. And then that is the way to really understand that you don't need a very high accuracy in this game. You really don't. You don't. You just got to survive when the market is taking money from the market, and you just got to fish when the market's about to give money to the market. And again, we're at that very critical level. I want to remind you again with Total 3, there's not much resistance here. And unless there is a big event, as in, I don't know, something big comes out in the world, or, with the ETFs or something like that, there's nothing that should stop this Total 3 now to making it.
I do that every single Friday, but
yes,
it's Friday, and I'm wearing my shades right now. They're a different color. I was actually going to drop the darker ones, but man, I mean, let's be honest now. Look, you can't see what I'm saying. Anyways, some of the stuff I come out with. Good afternoon, guys. We've had some good news, haven't we? Core PPI's come into play, and it's coming a little bit lower. We've had JP Morgan, some rocket profits, as well, according to sources. The stock market is trying to find its feet. We've had a Bitcoin ETF, and price is going down. Correct. Yes, it's madness. Kathy Wood stepping up, saying that Bitcoin to 600K, maybe even 1.5 million. We've got the 100K gang coming up. They're all starting to put their heads up, saying, Bitcoin on its way. What we got to understand is right now, cryptocurrency is in what we would call that accumulation. All right. Yes, the ETF has been rolled out and it's had a great trading day. But like I've been warning you all, the moment the ETF gets listed, we're going to see a little bit of a pullback. I would say next week is when we start seeing the true flavor of the ETF coming into play. I guess now would be the time where they start to pick it up. So what we're going to do today is we're going to dive into the charts. I'm doing this live a little bit earlier because I do have to go to an appointment. I've got to make it quick. So I might be leaving a little bit sooner than expected. I'm going to give you as much information as I can in regards to what we can expect from Bitcoin. I'm keeping an eye on that bad boy right now, and we're pulling back ever so slightly. We're going to dive into the bids and the asks, and we're going to just dive into some altcoins, just give you enough for you guys to take with you in the day, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Friday. Welcome to Traders Reality. My name is Tino. Let's have a conversation, man. Here we go. All right, then. What we got here? Oh, Bitcoin on the book map. We'll be talking about that bad boy very, very shortly. Going over to the 1 hour time frame on our dearly beloved BTC. After the hype, the milestone event in cryptocurrency, Bitcoin is now pulling back ever so slightly. Just be very mindful of things, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a whipsaw week, okay? Especially for the euro. You can see what's going on. It's not really gone anywhere. They're effectively holding the majors and moving the minors in principle. We've had 2 bouts of data for the euro, which would give us the idea that euro in principle, that data for the dollar, euro in principle should be dropping, okay? And if they don't drop it today, then we're going to, oh man, we're more than likely going to see euro make a move in the next week. Going into the data that we've just had, core PPI's come down. Projected 0.2, it's come down. And then the PPI month on month has actually gone down again. So that's really good news for the stock market and, of course, for the dollar. Now, what's even better is what's going on with JPM right now, which is JP Morgan. Big gap up at the open of the marketplace. We're trading around $173 pre-market, up roughly around 1.2, 1.3%. So we're going to see some nice flavor. Citibank has missed its estimates. So once the banks have declared their earnings, then we'll know exactly where we stand in the marketplace overall, okay? Now, I've taken a bit of a trade. I've opened a trade on the S&P, and I just want to show you this right now, okay? This is on a live account, on a funded live account, and I'm trading the micros. Now, this is what I want you to try and understand. I'm going to get into Bitcoin very shortly, but what I'm looking for right now is once the market opens, if I get the move that I want, I'm going to close off, but I'm keeping it very, very light. All right, I'm only trading 5 micros on this because it's Friday. I did my trading yesterday. Don't need to worry about trading today, okay? But what I'm trying to show you here is what happens when you're waiting for a specific point, such as the point of control right here, to be confirmed, okay? So this is a real trade right now, and I've gone short on the S&P on the idea that if the point of control can actually hold, then I'll know that I can change direction, get out, and then try and see if I can exploit the move to the upside. But I'm taking the short right now because I believe there's going to be a little bit of a sell-off happening once the market opens. There's going to be profit taking on the back of this JP Morgan flavor. Maybe Citibank traders aren't going to be too happy, which could put a little bit of pressure on the marketplace, okay? So my exposure is very, very minimal in terms of where I'm waiting for the price to go, all right? Where would I close the trade? Well, if I planned on trading for the rest of the day, I wouldn't be using 5 contracts. I wouldn't be in a trade right now, and I'd be preparing myself for some quick scalps the second the market opened. So this is where I'm going to be like, okay, I could actually build more positions or not, and my exit in principle, because you've got to let the S&P make a move. You have to. It can move up 10 ticks, down 15 ticks. It can shoot up 30 ticks. You've got to give it room, and this is what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the room to be developed. Look at the bids. You see the bids right here? Well, got 446 roughly on the bid side in terms of guys coming in looking to get positions filled. And we've got the offers right here jumping between 454 or 389. So you can see there's inconsistencies happening right now on the bid and the offer. I'm waiting for the open to really give me that push. Okay, so we'll check in with that very, very shortly on how it's playing out on the S&P. But I'm favoring lower prices. And if I'm wrong, I'll close off at the top side of around, we'll say around $243 loss. I'm cool with that because I can then open another trade on the standards and then I only need 4 or 5 ticks. I'll show you. Let me just pull up the standard contract, all right? Just so that you guys can understand where I'm coming from with it. Here we go. So here is the standard contracts on the S&P, okay? Now, sometimes what I like to do, all right? This is not financial advice, just sit tight with this one, all right? But let's just, are we on that account? Are we? Yeah, 4223. Okay, cool. So I've got the micros on the right and I've got the standards on the left, okay? So the market in principle is not even open. It's now the start of a new 1 hour candle, okay? I'm currently in a $62 drawdown on the same account, okay? Now, I can't hedge my positions, okay? I'm not allowed to hedge with this funded account, okay? So I've got to wait and see if I can grab a wild move up to effectively try and exploit it to come down. So I'm in the drawdown right now. I mean, it could actually go down in my favor, and I'll try and manipulate it and take advantage of the momentum play. But what I want to show you, this is not about making the return straight away. I'm going to go 3 contracts on this, okay? I just want you to see the size. So I see the bids coming in right now. It's getting quite aggressive. They're pulling the bids. I need to just quickly run the short right here. Okay, oops, come back in again. I've got to be very careful. See, 170, 112, 187, 225, that's 5 ticks. That's not $68 at 5 ticks. Here we go. Just quickly take that. 110, hold on, make the move. Pull in on the bids, pull the bids. Someone's just come in and sold. Pull the bids, pull them again. They just, see how they've probed down? See how they've probed down and swept the liquidity just there? It's giving me a bit of a clue that they could actually continue with the move even lower. Wait there a second. I need to be very, very sharp with this one because they've had that impulsive push. So here we go. We're going to try and see. Here we go. Go down. Keep going. The ticker's getting busy. They're getting busy on the sell side to mark it lower. Here we go. Can we do that? Go down. Keep going. Keep going. All right. I'll go with that. 75, about $80 gain right there. So I've effectively covered my loss right there. Okay. Now, let me just see exactly what I did there. Okay, then. Let me see on that account. Then that would make sense. I'm going to try and do that again. Here we go. So $56 up there. Do you see what I mean? The difference in the contract size. That's the standard on the left and the micros on the right. All right? 5 ticks loss, or more than 5 ticks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 ticks is $62, right? 4 tick loss here is nearly $280. So you've got to make sure that my personal strategy when I'm trading this is I allow the micros to tell me where I am, okay? So I open a small position, all right? Where am I? If I'm spending more time in a loss on this, I can just say, you know what? Close off, get ready to run along on the standards, okay? And then I can ride that momentum. But if I notice that the micros are stuck, because it's the same contract, ladies and gentlemen, it's the same thing, okay? But if I'm noticing right now that the S&P currently is just sat in this range, okay? Notice something. What am I not looking at? I'm not looking at a chart. I know when I'm going to see a vector candle by looking at the depth of market. I know. How do I know? Because the speed of the way the orders are coming in, like they're pulling off the bid right now. Okay, I'm going to try and go in for it again. Let's have a look over here what the NASDAQ's doing. Let me show you how I break it all down. Here's the NASDAQ. I like to look at the NASDAQ when I'm trading the S&P. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? Yeah, but the NASDAQ is a little bit more volatile than the S&P. So it moves kind of first sometimes, and then the S&P follows afterwards. But I'm just looking at how they're trying to reject that zone. That's going to tell me that the S&P is going to climb up. So now we're at $85 there. Okay, so it's going to keep climbing up. I've got the high of the day right here, which they could end up sending it to. So I've got to be careful here. I'm not going to lose money on purpose if I know that it could actually surpass that point. But I've just got to wait and see how the S&P and the NASDAQ are going to behave in this instance. Okay, so I need to wait and see how they play that flavor. Let me just go have a look at Bitcoin. Let's just see how that plays out in a short. Let's come back down again. Let me just go over to Bitcoin and have a look at where that bad boy is. Not really doing much. You see the movement that you get with Bitcoin or the depth of market when you're trading these sort of assets right here. Okay, that's why I trade the S&P. That's why I trade Forex, because I'm getting these movements, all right? But as I was saying about going into the idea of vector candles, how do you find vector candles on the depth of market? It's simple. How fast do they transact? If you remember from last night when we were talking about how the vector candle delivers itself, Focus on the speed of the candlestick and envision how often people are buying and selling. Look, now we're going into that $100 loss. I'm just going to close this off right now and say, oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. No, 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 no. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, man. Shouldn't have done that. Okay, so I'm going to close this off right now. Just take that loss right there. I'm not too fussed about that, okay? But I just wanted to showcase you the difference between the contracts using the same contract, all right, the same asset to exploit certain positions, okay? So technically I'm down $10 for the day as such, okay, which no problem, all right? But I hope that makes sense to you. Get back into some price action right now. Bitcoin, doing nothing. Ethereum, star of the show, waiting for the sweep up to the upside, okay? Going into the idea of upside potential. Oh, we'll talk about that in a second because that's not very good news, by the way. That is not very good news for cryptocurrency. I'm going to talk about that in a second. But crypto bulls see Bitcoin flying above 100K after the ETF approval. All right, then. Let's go over to the ETF approval right now. Where are we at? Where's our ETF? Here she is. Here we go. So, no vector candles on the ETF. All right, nothing whatsoever. Go into the 12-minute time frame. Just have a look. Have we got anything? We've got a red vector candle right here. Green vector candle wick. All right, which is $27.60 and $27. Two of the first decent wicks in the chart, with the exception of these bad boys over here. So, like I said, it's going to start moving lower, all right? We want it to move lower because then it's going to be clear as day when the intention is to start marking it back up because we're going to see some nice flavor coming into the ETF. Remember, the ETF does not reflect Bitcoin's price. It just reflects how busy people are picking it up. And if someone's coming in saying, I want to buy X amount of ETF, then that naturally means that the intermediary is going to be taking the cash crates from the authorized participants and then going over to exchanges like Coinbase and picking it all up, which leads me over to this story with Coinbase. Check this out. Apparently, in regards to, regarding David Schwed, he's gone on to talk about the idea that Coinbase there's a problem with cryptocurrency, all right? The ETF is going to encourage a lot of people to try and hack into this idea. And that opens Coinbase up, all right? Now, if we've achieved volume of around $4 billion in the first trading day, then logic says that these hackers are going to sit back and wait until there's enough volume for them to go and attack it. But it's not going to be attacked overnight. It's going to be a progressive thing that happens over a period of time. The article goes on to talk about this, saying that that could compromise the whole story with cryptocurrency and even affect Coinbase if that were the case. Granted, the SEC hasn't endorsed Bitcoin, but it has allowed the trading of ETFs with, of course, the backing of BlackRock, not Vanguard, but that's another story. We've got a lot of players involved in it right now. Okay, so SEC, you got to cut them some slack, man. You know, it's been a bit difficult for them. Gary the Egg has actually had the egg on his face, you know, and it just doesn't make sense. But you've got to really say to yourself, is this something that I need to be worried about? Now, when it comes to the ETF, there are different things and protocols in place as for for investors, okay? You do have some form of protection, but ETFs carry high risks. They will always tell you that. But if we start seeing real liquidity coming into the ETF, that's only going to get these hackers to pay attention to the pools of Bitcoin that are being consumed. And they're just going to try and find indiscrepancies because we know Bitcoin is some way, shape or form, is a little bit flawed, ladies and gentlemen. There are things wrong with Bitcoin that other coins can resolve, no problem. But Bitcoin, it's the coin, it's the genesis, it's the basis, it's the beginning, it's the start, okay? So just take that into consideration. I'm not saying it to alert you in any way, shape, or form, but just say to yourself, okay, if I've made money on my ETF, cool, all right? Now, if Bitcoin's going to go to 100K, that means that there's lots of Bitcoin being picked up. That's naturally going to be reflected in Bitcoin's price of the ETF. To put that into perspective, we go into the idea of Ethereum, okay? So look at this ETH share one. What's the price of ETH? Where is it? Here we go. Let's just pull this up. No. Here we go. So look, what's the price of Ethereum right now? Well, Ethereum's price is just shy of, where is it? Let's go back into it. Stick with me on this one. Here we go. So Ethereum is at $2,665, okay? Fine, cool. Now we go back into this chart. The ETF itself is now trading at $60, okay? Now this ETF, right, does not reflect the accumulation of Ethereum. Okay? This is a synthetic ETF. And it's based on its performance. It says it there. Fund seeks investment results corresponding to the performance of Ether. Okay. And that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a lot of ETFs that are already in play that are synthetic. All right. We want physical. That's where grayscale comes into play. And with synthetic, that's why it's cheap. And then you've got grayscale, where you've got Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, $40. There's more weight to it. There's more volume, but this is obviously the trust itself, which has been converted into an ETF itself. So these guys hold the Bitcoin, and you can see it's just going up nicely, nice and slow, okay? Now, what you got to take into consideration is, even though Ethereum is priced at 2,500, right? You technically can pick up more ETFs off ProShare, okay, than you can Ethereum. And this is what I think is likely to happen. I think if people are going to look at Bitcoin and they're going to be offered the idea of this ETF and say, here you go, Mr. Investor, right? You can now buy into Bitcoin without actually holding it. You can hold this ETF. Mr. Investor says, how much is the ETF? Well, the ETF now is around $24. Oh, okay, cool. How much is Bitcoin? 46. 46 what, sir? $46,000? Forget that. I'm not going to pay $46,000. I only have $30,000 to invest. Okay, how much can I pick up of the ETF itself? Well, you can pick up X amount. I think I'll take $15,000 worth. It gives the investor more of a holding on the ETF, because if the idea of Bitcoin or cryptocurrency is going to go up because of this ETF, right? Naturally, the ETF is going to increase in value because they're picking up cryptocurrency. So it's a win-win. Does that kill the idea of Bitcoin? Think about it. If you've got these exchanges and intermediaries buying up the Bitcoin so that they can supply that to the authorized participants, what about the average Joe that wants to pick up the Bitcoin? In the end, the average Joe is going to either be forced to go and buy the ETF because Bitcoin will get to a price that it just cannot be purchased at. Well, it will always be able to be purchased, but I'm saying like one Bitcoin. What I'm trying to say to you, the ETF is going to be more lucrative to buy to the new investor if he sold the idea that it's getting involved in cryptocurrency without the worries of scams and unethical hacking and all of that madness. This is how it's being sold. To us guys in cryptocurrency, we're like, yeah, man, liquidity. That's what we're all about. But the good thing is, it's a not a double-edged sword, but we're killing two birds with one stone. If the ETF was just the ETF and it had nothing to do with Bitcoin and it relied solely on Bitcoin's price, that would mean that we don't have Wall Street. It means that we have cryptocurrency forcing price up and down, okay? But now we've got Wall Street money coming into crypto because the intermediaries are effectively going to be supplying the Bitcoin for these ETFs. It kind of makes life easier for the investor to say, all right, I may not own a Bitcoin, but I've got an ETF that represents that it's a holding of Bitcoin. I'm happy days with that, okay? Who on earth keeps on contacting me? Is that a call from Steve? Well, that must mean that I need to go over to the book map. Hold on a second. Where are we at? No worries. Lucky Gupta. No worries. Happy days. Okay, then. I miss when I didn't have to see your face. Bro, what kind of line is that? What kind of line is that, my friend? I'm shocked. I know you're playing, bro. It's all good. It's all good. Mad love to you, Wall Street. Wall Street. We bet Wall Street. Happy days. Mad love to you, bro. Okay. I'm a little bit of a nut job. 1 minute I'm this, I don't know. I've got loads of personalities, I think. Anyways, let's have a look at the liquidity that we've got because I need to keep this live very short and sweet. How are we, by the way, with what's going on in the depth? Hold on a second. Are we good with that? Let's just quickly have a look at that for a split second. Can we exploit anything on the micros? Yeah, it's made its way up, so it's going to be stalling. I haven't got the time to trade it, and that's what's pissing me off. I haven't got the time because I like to build positions. I like to just slot orders in. And look how fast you put orders in like this. Like, that's happy days. Whoops, don't want to get those filled. Those are longs, okay? So I'm just going to focus on you guys for a second. Okay, then cool. So back to the book map for a split second. Hold on, here we go. So the book map right now is showing that there are a lot of limit buys coming into play. Look at this. Look at all this commitment here. There's nothing up going here. So it tells me that in terms of the relationship with the bid and the ask, it looks like there are people that are wanting to buy Bitcoin, okay? Go back into this story right here on the depth of market to put it into perspective for you, okay? The depth of market just shows you, this is the depth ladder in principle. It says 128, 150, or you just saw that, it just disappeared, okay? 128 is right there. So someone wants to buy at this point, okay? I'm gonna drop my size down. I wanna keep my contract size light. I'm going to be looking to trade towards the highs, okay? So I'm going to take advantage of that. So I've gone long on the standard contracts, $25 profit. We're going to wait to see if we can get the sweep up. That's what I'm looking for. Bids are coming in to lift price up. I'm paying attention to that 128 because they could actually come all the way back down to that to get filled. If it gets removed, fine. But look, the offers are coming off. There's not really any offers coming in. So price is naturally going to try and surpass to the upside right now. I need to see them pulling off the offers right here. It should say a negative figure, okay? Which is naturally going to lead Bitcoin to see a little bit of movement back up if the S&P is going to start opening and becoming a little bit aggressive. But the S&P is trading towards the highs, 92 selling on the top side of that move, $50 gain, $75 gain. I need to basically put a sell order up here to get rid of the contracts just in case I get a sweep up to the upside. 185 on the offers. Here we go. 217 right there, which tells me someone's just come in to protect price at this point, but someone sold at 201 as well. So I've got to be very careful. Look, bids are like 25, offers are 25 right now. This is nothing. So we're going to see naturally a little bit of a push up. Otherwise, I need to get out because they could sweep back down. They're pulling off the offers off on the bid side again. See the conversation that I have to have with myself, okay? I have to have that conversation and I have to get ready to get rid of this because it could actually go down. Here we go. They're coming in. So the offers have now come into play. So I've got to wait and see if I can catch at least a couple of ticks profit on this move. I need to be careful because they could drop it back down again. Here we go. $75. Bang. Are they going to do it? They didn't fill it. No. So I can move it. Okay, cool. So I'm going to close it off a little bit higher. Come on, make the move. Make the move. Go up to $100. Give me $100 at least. Stop pulling off the offer, off the ask. Come on, I'm in the bids. Make the move, make the move. Come on. Make the move. Off you go. Drop, drop. Bids, get in. 92, that's good. Selling into it again. I'm not happy with that. Come on. There you go, up you go. Someone just put 127. You see how quick? There we go. Nice move up. Keep going. Keep going. Come on. You're looking for the profile of the high of the range. What time is it? It's 20 past, so it's going to be a little bit choppy. I might need to just take 187 on the bids. That's good. They're holding. You see how they're holding? See, someone's got in and sold 159. They're pulling off the ask as well. Look at that. Negative reading. So I expect it to come up a little bit more. I may need to get out of this. Here we go. Making a bit of a move up. 235 on the bid side. That's good for me. 47, 152, 162. So keep going. They could sweep up. I'll take $150. I'll take $150. I'm happy with that. Now, that's how I trade the bid and the ask on the S&P. That conversation that I'm having, right, on the S&P is just understanding what's going on here. Where's my chart? I've already looked at my chart. I know where the S&P is. I know where the vectors are. I'm trading towards those logics. And when I see the offers or the bids coming in here, which are guys trying to step in and be like, yo, I'm here, sell to me, come on. Woo. Yeah? I'm trading that volatility. I'm trading that momentum for a couple of ticks profit, okay? That's why when you saw in last night's live stream when I was sharing my day's trading, I'm making a lot of trades, okay? Over 100 trades yesterday, all right? Because I'm having this conversation by myself continuously. Bids are coming in, bids off. Look, they're pulling off the bids right now, making it a negative reading, telling me that there are guys that don't want to sell from this point. And I'm seeing that they're trying to hold price. The offers are coming in at 157. So I could expect people to start marking price down. So the bids could get hit to come back down. Shorting opportunities. But I don't want to go too long into this because I can stay like this all bloody day and just keep doing this, have this dialogue with you continuously on the depth of market without even looking at a chart. Because I'm reading the candle. I'm reading what's inside of the candlestick. And I'll know when the vector candle comes into play. Why? Because the average contract size on the S&P is roughly around 200, 180, 150. And then the vector candle is about 600, 700, okay? And you can see the profile just sweep up and there'll be spaces inside. Like you can see you see these little gaps right here? These are gaps, okay? So we can trade all of that logic, all right? So I hope that makes sense for anybody on that logic. But now that I've just shown you that on how I'm reading the bid and the ask, now look at it from this perspective of Bitcoin, okay? Here are the bids, limit buys that want to see Bitcoin go up. But in order for Bitcoin to go up, they must be bringing price down to get these orders filled, okay? Now, Bitcoin is a little bit slower, all right, when you pull it out on the bigger time frame, right? I'm trading ticks, all right? 25, 50, 75, 0, handles and all of that stuff, okay? But when we look at bigger time frames, we have to factor in more flexibility, all right? So here's our working logic. The bids are down below right here. Fine. What else can I see about the bids? Well, let me just go over to this bad boy over here and understand what we've got in terms of the liquidity that is available for people to buy and people to sell, okay? Remember, take what I just did on the depth of market at speed and factor it into ranges in the chart that we have right now with Bitcoin, okay? It's so relieving knowing other people act mental like this all day watching charts. Trust me, okay? Literally, there's times where I can go batshit crazy on the charts. My brother-in-law will be hearing me and he'll be like, what are you saying? Who are you talking to? I'm like, shut up, man. The bids came in at 300. Like, don't you understand? And he's like, bids? I was like, there was more bids at 45. Who's more bid? Shut up, man. That's the conversation I have with him. So here we go. The bid side, we've got all this commitment down here, 44,700 with 2.46. We've got this area at 15.6 million tradable amount, okay? Tradable value, should we say, at 44,900. So we look at this and we say, all right, what can we tell from this current range with Bitcoin? Well, let's just take into consideration price action, all right? Where's the vector candle looking at this chart? We know the vector candle sits here, okay? That's at 48,200. Happens to be where 26.25 million sell orders are currently stacked. What does that tell you? It tells you that market maker has effectively got his money in the charts, okay? So go back into the chart of Bitcoin. Look, where's that candlestick? It's inside this range. 1 hour time frame will put it into perspective for you. Look at this. 1 hour time frame shows the red vector candle. What I'm teaching you here, or should I say, make you aware, is that this area here has only happened because retail has gone short, but market maker has gone long. Okay? Behind this whole candle are margins. The margins inside of this candle for the short sellers are effectively longs. Why? Because their order has been designed to buy back. Okay? When you go short, you buy to cover. Yeah? When you go long, you sell. Right? Behind the sell is a buy. Behind the buy on the short is a sell. Does that make sense? Because to simplify it, you can't buy if no one's selling, and you can't sell if no one buys. If market maker provides liquidity, he's providing you the opposite. So when you go short, he goes long. Because where are you getting your liquidity from? It's not being given to you by Binance, Femex, MEXC, Bybit. They're not giving you the liquidity. They are going to the market maker for the liquidity. Market maker supplies it. Binance supplies the customer to Mr. Market Maker. Binance takes a cut. Market maker takes a cut. And whether you take a profit or a loss, Binance and market maker split, or whatever agreement they have in place. But the sooner you understand that your order has already got an order against it, that's why they call it a zero-sum game, because someone has to win for someone to lose. Someone has to lose for someone to win. Or as Metallica would put it, one man's fun is another's hell. Okay? So the idea is, what are we witnessing now? Bigger picture says that there's this imbalance right here for Mr. Market Maker to return price towards. But Bitcoin right now is coming down. So what do we see more of? Yeah, we see more limit sells wanting to get filled. The only way they're going to get filled is if the limit buys have been triggered to step in, okay? So all the guys that have gone short are paying, or should I say, winning right now. They're not paying themselves. Happy days. Psychologically, we're expecting some aggressive behavior because the mindset is go short, okay? We look at Bitcoin's price action right now, and where is the liquidity? And we can see that everyone is trying to run shorts, but we don't see the liquidity. But if we go over to this chart right here and look at the liquidation levels, we can see that we're going to attack the intention and goodwill of the long. So all the guys who have been wanting to see price go to the upside, their liquidation points are being triggered right now. And this is what you call, in what I like to call, an advert. This is an advert to get people to go short. Why? Because that's what they tell you to do. You go short when prices are dropping. Sell because it's going down. Yeah? Because you sell an investment as it's dropping in price. Does that not happen? Yeah? You've brought some nice jewelry and you pay 10 grand for it, and then you want to go the next day and sell it for $2,000 because you're a businessman. Please, bro. Doesn't make sense. So why is it happening here? That's what I don't understand. Why do people sell when it's going down? That's why when you understand the market maker's model, you understand that he goes short from the highest point. You buy the $10,000 ring, selling it for 20. You ain't selling it for 10 or 8. You're buying it at 8. You're buying it at 2. These guys understood that. Right here. No one went short, hypothetically, in this range. They reversed it all the way up. Then, unfortunately, price pulled its number and came all the way down. If you didn't take any profits from that move to the upside, you need to give yourself a little bit of a wobble, okay? Maybe look in the mirror and slap yourself a few times, similar to the way you slap up the like button, ladies and gentlemen. It's 2 minutes into the market. We're going to see the market open in 2 minutes' time, okay? Do we have any questions on that, ladies and gentlemen? Do we have any questions on that? Here we go. This is it. David, this is exactly what you've got to see it as. You've got to say to yourself, I always encourage people to ask the question, what's the market maker trying to make me think? What's the market maker trying to make retail traders think? You're looking at the chart right now, okay, and you're saying, yeah, baby, go short. Now, listen. You just saw when I was trading the depth of market how quick I have to act. I haven't got time for bigger narratives to come into play. That's not my trading style. That's not who I am. I tried that flavor. It's not for me. Don't like it. I'm impulsive. I shoot from the hip, as Mike would say. I like to spill my load straight away. Yeah, I have an idea and shut up, bro. But you get what I'm saying, okay? If you're in the belief that price is going to go down, all right, you now are of the awareness that market maker now could be gunning for the long liquidations. It's if you have that awareness in your mind about how the chart moves, because let me tell you guys, this game's fucking hard. It is. You have to get it in your minds and accept that this game is hard. And anyone that tells you it's not and it's easy, it's a joke. I'm telling you, it's a difficult game because it's not the chart you're trading. It's you, yourself, me, myself, and I. Listen to that. Mind playing tricks on me. I'm with the old school stuff. But it's a reflection of who you are. All right? I've had 3 hours sleep today. Okay? I don't feel myself. I can't commit a trading session. No way. Yesterday, I was all good. We had a smashing trading session. Go and have a look at last night's live stream. We smashed it. I was in my A zone. Okay? Today, I just demonstrated a little quick trade for you. Do that 20, 30, 40 times. You have to be in the zone. You have to be at the charts. You have to be watching. No distractions. Brother-in-law, get out my face. It's that's what the style that I have. Some of you might not have that same style. Some of you might be looking at the chart right now and say, Bitcoin's going down. Yeah, man, let me run a short. But you might have an exit all the way up at 50,000 or a stop loss at 50,000. You haven't got the time, or you need to be concerned about what's going on here. It doesn't matter to you. It doesn't matter what happens with the liquidation levels down here for you. It's irrelevant. But what I'm trying to convey over to you guys is the moment you come to the charts, what is it that you are seeing happening? Forget the candlesticks. Zoom out and ask yourself, on the time frame that you are looking at in relation to the hybrid system, what do you see happening? Okay, you see price coming down. All right then, cool. So market makers got you all twisted thinking it's time to go short. Right. If he's got you thinking that, why is price not going down? Well, the retail trader is going to be thinking, hold on a second, I'm expecting it to go lower. I want it to go lower. I'm going to run my short. Well, we know that there's not really that many shorts coming into play right now on Bitcoin. We can go over to the high block, go to the heat map, and we can assume that there's not that many shorts that are currently opening positions to go against the idea of price going lower. We can back that up by going over to the coin bank, and look, open interest on shorts actually has come up by 31%. Let me just make sure and check that is correct. Wait there a second. Here we go. So open interest on the shorts is 31.08%. Okay. So now we've got a little bit of information. All right. So that could mean that if Bitcoin starts to move up, the open interest goes in and comes in lower, which means they're covering their positions and taking profits. Cool. All right. But we know that there are a lot of people going short right now at Bitcoin from the highest point. Now, looking at the chart, we can see, right, okay, if he's got them all thinking that, then what do I need to see happening to make me believe that he's trapping the traders with a conviction to hold onto their positions? We need to see a move down. Do we think he's got any positions available for us to believe he's going to sweep and pick up more longs from the lowest point, trapping the retail trader to go short? We go over to this point right here, and we say, okay, look at the bids. There is a possibility that he's going to sweep the bids, okay? We know that the offers are all the way up there, and we've got high concentration of them. So one would assume that they're going to attack lower to go back up. We go over to the book map, and we say to ourselves, okay, maybe that's a possibility. What's that? Well, we got some liquidity there. Looks like that could be the case. Now that you've compiled all this information all together, now you have to sit back and watch. Now you have to anticipate. You've got something in the chart, and you're saying, look, I expect it to go lower. So now you're playing the game. Do you trade it? Different story. If you want to trade that logic, fine. You go into the smaller time frames. You then say to yourself, all right, do I expect Bitcoin to go down? Well, I'll go to smaller time frames because I don't want to spend too much time in the trade. Because if I'm of the belief that Bitcoin's going to go up, I don't want to be in the trade at the point that it's starting to move up, okay? Ethereum is up for the day. Looks like everything's okay across the board. We've had good news regarding inflation or the core price index as such, so the PPI. So it looks like it could be a decent day today. JP Morgan's making a killing, even though they were buying up banks in terms of Silicon Valley and what have you. So everything's all good over there. Happy days. So we're looking at Bitcoin and we're like, okay, get ready for it. Okay. This process is what you want to be doing. Don't go to Twitter. Don't go anywhere else. You have to be zen in the chart. If you've come up with a narrative and you think that you understand it from that perspective, then say to yourself, you know what? I'm going to wait. I'm going to believe market makers going to manipulate first. You can even, and remember, guys, you know, the late doctor, I've forgotten what his name was. He said it, trader. He said, if a trade is really easy to take, be prepared. These were his words. Be prepared to be sexually violated, okay, by the market. All right. Those were his words. Because if a trade is so easy to take, look, what are we seeing here? Is this the trap? See, when you look at it like this, you might look at it and Bitcoin could actually sweep low and you say, oh, Tina, I could have took a short from there, bro. All right, market makers got to make the retail trader put his money up. If you can take it, cool. Make sure you get out. Don't be part of the bloodshed. You see these candles, they're designed to come in to bring price back up. See a few more of them, then we should see the reversal. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I've got to make a move. I really do apologize for this, but I hope today's concepts do actually make sense for you. If you want more flavor, get over to tradersreality.com and take the free course where I dive into a few concepts like we've just mentioned earlier on today. Have yourselves a good day, guys. Please trade safely, and I'll check in with you all later tonight. Peace.
The legendary Gaussian channel is predicting one of the biggest tornadoes to ever happen to Bitcoin. It's predicting it at a very specific time that will catch a lot of people off guard, and I do not want you to be caught off guard. This is a tornado warning of an extreme magnitude, one that you do not want to mess with, and one that if you play your cards right, you could double, triple, or quadruple your money knowing when this tornado warning is going to happen. And in this video, I'm going to explain exactly when it's going to happen according to the facts and the charts of the legendary Gaussian channel. If you're new here, welcome in. My name is Steve. On this channel, we don't take any paid ads, no paid sponsorships, no paid affiliate links down below. What do we do instead? We talk about cold, hard facts in the charts that actually help you. The only thing I ask in return is that you hit the subscribe button and the thumbs up. That's it. Hit the subscribe button and the thumbs up. Let's jump into the video. We're on the Bitcoin US dollar index. We're on the weekly chart. And what we have is the Gaussian channel. You can go to your indicators and click on the Gaussian channel and have it up on your screen as such. Okay, so here are the settings of the Gaussian channel in case you want to have it set up at home, and you just go to the weekly chart and it will be set up exactly like this. Now the Gaussian channel has two distinct parts. We have a green part and we have a red part. Now in trading, green is always good, red is always bad. Case in point, the Gaussian channel. The red usually marks the bottom of the market. The red, case in point, 2015, bottom of the market. 2019, red, bottom of the market. 2023, red, bottom of the market. Now it gets very exciting when we change from red to green. When we change from red to green, it's the start of the bull run, and a very healthy bull run. Same back here, 2015 red, as soon as we switch to green, boom, bull run, healthy, huge rally to the upside. 2019 was no different. We had red, bottom of the market, changed to green, boom, healthy, huge rally to the upside. And case in point, red, bottom of the market, we just changed to green. Look at what happened to price since we moved to green. Huge rally to the upside. Now, this is where it gets interesting, and this is where the tornado warning comes into play. When we switch back to red, it's going to be right near the bottom of the market, meaning once we've had red and we switched to green, we stayed green for all this time. Once we switch back to red, it's right near the bottom of that next market. Once we switch to red, it's right near the bottom of that next market. Once we switch to red, it's right near the bottom of that next market. Luckily for us, we have a little secret weapon. Once you analyze the charts, you can understand, okay, we had this red period and we changed to green. Well, how long were we green? We were green for roughly 1,000 days, just a little bit less than 1,000 days, meaning we went from red to green, we stayed green for roughly 1,000 days. Now, if you look at the next cycle, we stayed green for roughly 1,000 days. This is where the tornado warning is coming, by the way. We're about to do a measured move for us, 1,000 days out into the future, because 1,000 days out into the future, that's when we're about to change back to red. And when we change to red, that's 1 month right before the bottom of the market. 1 month right before the bottom of the market. 1 month right before the bottom of the market. So if we project out, we're going to have the bottom of the market already scheduled out. Tilt your phone to the side and subscribe. Take a look at this. So we did the measured move here, roughly 1,000 days. We did the measured move here, roughly 1,000 days. How many in our recent move from here? Switched from red to green, roughly 1,000 days. So each time we stay green for roughly 1,000 days, and when we switched back to red, that's right before the bottom of the next market. So let's project it out, right? We just switched from red to green. Let's project it out. If we stayed green for roughly 1,000 days, where would that bring us? This is where things get really, really interesting, because I want to show you what is about to happen with this tornado warning. And by the way, before I show you this, I want to show you a different chart. I want to walk memory lane for a second. Do you remember in 2022, before Christmas time, I had one wish and one wish only. I don't wish for a lot of things for Christmas, but I wish for one thing and one thing only back in 2022. This cross here on the MACD, on the 12-day MACD. And I put all I want for Christmas is, and we got it. We got this MACD cross. I just wanted to go down memory lane with you for a second. And if you remember, I said this is what we were waiting to confirm that the bottom was 100% in. At the time, Bitcoin's price was at 15,000 something, and everyone was saying, do not buy until we get to 8,000 or 7,000 or 6,000. I was screaming at the top of my lungs, this is the only thing I want for Christmas because it would prove that the bottom was definitely in. Okay, now that we had a trip down memory lane, I want to show you. Let's project out 1,000-ish days. Keep in mind, 1,000-ish days is not the top of the bull run, right? This was not the top of the market. This was right before the bottom. We're projecting out when that ridiculously large tornado warning is going to happen, right? So as we project out, right now, we're roughly, less than 200 days into our journey, and we have a ways to go, right? So the earliest would be like December 25, all right? December 25. So late 25 would be the earliest that we could see the next bottom of the market, but it's more likely to happen in 26, right? If we project out just 1,000 days from that point of turning green, it's kind of like the April-ish 26 timeframe. So we have that window of the tail end of 25 to like the first 1 or 2 quarters of 26. That's when the bottom of the market is going to happen. The biggest tornado warning that Bitcoin has seen in many years. What we can also say about this is that we will be green until then, which is really good news for us. What we can also say about that is as soon as Bitcoin starts rallying above the Gaussian channel and corrects back into the Gaussian channel, that will act as quicksand. That will be our early warning sign that this problem is coming, all right? Now, case in point, every market cycle ever imaginable in Bitcoin history. Anytime we rally up and we just have to touch the Gaussian channel, it's quicksand. It drags us right down. Look, top of this market, touch the quicksand, boom. It's foreshadowing of what's to come. So I want you to pay attention. Yes, Bitcoin has rallied far above the Gaussian channel. Yes, we should be happy. Yes, it's likely that we're going to be green for a while. But watch when we come back and touch the Gaussian channel, which we will. But when that happens, there's going to be trouble brewing. So I want you to start saving for 2026. Every single paycheck you get, put a little bit of money aside. And you may say, oh, well, why don't I just take that money and invest it now? I don't think you're ready yet. Do you have a strategy? Have you made money with that strategy? You need to invest in yourself, in your education, from now until 26. And if I were you, I would be studying at least 10 minutes a day, every single day, 7 days a week, and setting aside money. And then in 2026, you can become a millionaire. You have to get your education now, start saving now, and then in 2026, you could be able to invest, it looks like, in anything, in any stock, in any crypto, and you will become filthy rich because of your new renewed strategy and the discipline. The work you're going to put in now to educate yourself will pay off hugely. Or you can go down the same path you've been doing. Look at the results you've gotten with that. It's not great. You know that and I know that. So wake the hell up and do something different. The difference is you're going to start investing in yourself, which you haven't done, unless you're my student. You could be my student, somebody else's student, learn from some. You've got to learn this game of trading. This game is a difficult one. It chews people up and it spits them out, period. The high majority fail, 90-something%. Just facts. You think you're just going to snap your fingers and suddenly get in there and make a bunch of money? No, you're going to invest in your education 10 minutes a day, every day of the year until 2026. It'll pay off hugely. I guarantee if you do it right, you save money now, you'll be a millionaire in 2026. Well, the journey will start in 2026. It's likely by 2028, you'll be a millionaire. So that's what I have for you today. Hit that subscribe button. Leave a comment down below, and I'm glad we got to do a little walk down memory lane with my biggest want for Christmas of 2022. That paid off in a big way. Peace and love to the fellow underdogs. This bull run is our road to 500,000 subscribers, but I need your help. Today, tell one person about our YouTube channel, how we spit facts, go against the herd, take no paid sponsorships of any kind. Road to 500,000, let's go.
Are we foolish or are we free? Do we watch our lives go by? Do you see me? Am I empty? When you look into my eyes, we can be inside tonight. All the whole world's dark inside. We are the eyes who beat at the same time. We are the ones who feel the tears in our eyes tonight. We are the ones who want to come down. We are the eyes who feel the tears in our eyes tonight.
for a downturn than Henrik has, because I don't see any reason why it won't just continue, generally speaking, till 2025, the end of this perfect cycles we've been having since 2008.
So are we saying that all the money that the Fed put into the economy and then said they were going to take out, and I mean, there is that scary curve, I don't have it with me, but the one where it shows like the Fed balance sheet doing something crazy. I don't have that one in front of me, but
yeah, I can tell you that. I've got that. So this is the Fed balance sheet in black, and the red is 36 months forward of the current interest payments. What that's telling you is the interest payments are set to explode or are exploding because of the COVID payments 36 months ago, the COVID debt. And what we found, this is the shorter term chart, using the longer term chart since they started QE, basically all QE has been monetizing past debt. So after the 4-year cycle, they just monetize the debt, shove it on the balance sheet, start again. So it's been this endless 4-year cycle based around this. And we've got this ridiculous phase to come where they can't really manage the interest payments without doing something. Right? You can't have rates at 5% or even 4% if you're looking at slightly longer, because the maths don't work, and they've got to keep issuing to pay all the interest of the 10 trillion or whatever they have to roll over the next year or two. So, for me, that's the liquidity cycle. And you do that and assets go up because you're optically debasing the denominator, the currency.
So you're saying that the US has got $34 trillion of debt, and they've got to pay, is it 34 billion or 34 trillion? This is 34
trillion, my friend. Trillion.
$34 trillion of debt. And you're saying that right now there's no way at current interest rates that they can afford to pay the interest on this debt.
So what happens is when you issue debt, you've got a fixed interest rate that you now pay, right?
Yes.
So 4 years ago, this was all done at nearly zero.
And now they've got to refinance the debt that's rolling over at the rates of whatever, 5%, 4%, whatever it is.
Interest payments. So if they've gone from, let's say, 1% to 4%, right, that's a 300% increase in the cost of paying the interest alone.
There's no way they can afford it.
The numbers of the interest payments are so big now that interest payments are now larger than defense spending. It's bananas.
Okay, so what happens next? So how is the US getting out of this? Is this why you're saying that the only way to get out of this is reduce interest rates and put more money into the system to be able to pay the interest?
Yeah, that's been my core thesis for this everything code cycle, is they've done the same thing every time, which is, okay, the economy slows down because rates have gone up and there's so much debt. So fine, the economy slows down a bit and they use it. It's the same time as the election cycle as well. It's all the same cycle. Bitcoin halving cycle, it's all the same time. They get interest rates down and they engineer some way of using the balance sheet. Who the hell knows how, what reason, but that's generally what they do. And that's why election years tend to be pretty good years, which is why this is why, and I'd love to hear your view, Henrik. That's why I still struggle to get bearish for 2025, because even if the economy slows in an election year, they'll just stimulate more. And that's the struggle I have, is that, if you have a blow off top and some, I've seen some of your stuff, like you could have a 1929 style thing. I'm like, I don't think you can, because they just print money and optically it debases the currency. So how do you get that?
Sure. But I think we're down to the point where we're going to see whether liquidity or the business cycle will actually come through and what will dominate one or the other. And I think what I see, if you look at the business cycle, and I got a few charts I can share also, I mean, we got a perfect setup for a 2008 scenario again, and even worse this time around. We got a business cycle that is now getting long in its tooth.
Yeah, I think we're in a new cycle, not an old cycle. I think we hit the bottom of the business cycle.
Yeah, but that's what I want to challenge, because I think that you are, maybe a little too early there. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. So you're talking about why is the recession on the cards. So can I just, before we get into it, can we just confirm, Raul, you're saying, you're both saying that we're going to be bullish. You're both saying that the core of the bullishness is the US debt and printing of more money and more liquidity and the beginning of the liquidity cycle. Where you guys are disagreeing is, Henrik, you think that in the end of 2024, beginning of 25, we're going to see a recession, and you've called the recession as big as the Great Depression, or a kind of a Great Depression. Raul, you're saying no. You think it's going to go on for much longer than the end of 2024.
Yeah, I think it goes on to 25. Then we'll have a normal cyclical slowdown, another one of these everything code cycles. Markets come off, crypto corrects, etc. The only, and we could talk about some nuances around that because there's a bunch of probabilities around it. But I don't see how we can have asset prices down 50% in the world of debasing currency. That's my only issue.
Okay,
Henrik, I think we're leaving
floor is yours.
out the most important. Yeah, sure. So I think we're leaving out the most important part here, which is the consumer. And there's one thing that the consumer has been, is been getting hit by the interest payments that we see this year. So actually, the Titanic hitting the iceberg here is actually the consumer getting depressed by the interest payments they have now on mortgages and what else. And this is what needs to get its way through the business cycle. I got a couple of charts here I want to show, Raul, also just for your, so you can, relate to them and then see what whatever you get out from this. This is a business cycle that I produce, and you may not say a lot to you, but it's just to tell you that I have an indicator in place here, something that I've developed with Swissblock Technologies and the conference based on conference board indicators and economic numbers. And when we get this, the yellow spots there, we have a crossover of the leading indicators. And if you go 120 years back in terms of these data here, every time we have this indicator here calling for a recession, we get the recession. And we haven't had that yet. So it's that's one thing. But I know it doesn't make a lot of sense here to sit. But what I want to show here, for instance, is the yield inversion. We have the 10-year minus the 2-year here. And we all have been talking about that over the last year. And we know that that's a normal recession signal. And what you look at here is going back to the 90s. We had when the bottom is in for the yield inversion. We actually have a period before we see the recession set in. And this time around, we had exactly that. We had the bottom there in June of this year, and now we see the steepening starting. And we know that we'll need a little time for that, because what we see there is actually this the deterioration of the economy. So what I'm saying here is that, well, we got until June, let's say quarter 2, quarter 3, where we should start to see the steepening getting even worse than what we have here. And this is one indicator. So again, just an indicator. If we look at the industrial production, what I look at, as I said, is momentum analysis. And what you saw into the great financial crisis here was a negative divergence here. You had, momentum was coming down. We have the same thing looking just the same again. Again, just an indicator. But what I want to look at really is the housing market. And if you look at the NAHB here, which is the housing index that I follow closely, what you have there is that when the housing market starts to deteriorate, you will have that the consumer starts to feel it. And of course, the deterioration comes because of the market rates hike, the market yields going up. And what we see that is later in the cycle, we see then the bottom in the unemployment rate. This is an inverted curve, the orange one here. And we start to see unemployment coming up. And we saw that into the financial crisis here, and we saw this huge decline in the NAHB. We've seen that similar pattern again here, just bigger this time around. And we also saw a small spike back here in the early part of 2007. Now we saw that in July of 2023, we had the top here, and then we start to descend again. What I'm seeing is a slow rollover of the unemployment rate here because of the factors that I just said. We have market yield spike going up, which is the iceberg hitting, or Titanic hitting the iceberg, and then slowly we'll see that get into the real economy. What I see there is that when we have the crossover of that, and we actually already did that, and we don't have the real momentum behind that yet. Well, when we have that crossover on the unemployment, that's when we should see the spike. And I want to just show another one here, which is the rate of the market, the personal interest payments that I talked about. What you normally see in a cycle, in the business cycle, is that when they go up, well, then you have unemployment starting to go up because people will start to lay off of the expensive buying, luxury goods first, and then and then you'll see the deterioration of the economy, and you see that every time, and then you get the spike in the unemployment rate. Well, guess what? This is the interest payments the personal interest payments that we have had after the spike in yields and market yields. So I cannot see how we can sit and say, well, we just disregard all of this This is the business cycle, and I have the normal indicators and the normal recession signals in place now with the leading indicators with the market yields and so on. All this is in place, and yet we're saying, oh, but we expect liquidity to save the day.
So
I agree with you, Raul. I think we're going to see a huge surge in whatever the Fed is going to come out with here in terms of liquidity, but I don't think we can beat the business cycle here. And that's why I say by not even end 24. I think we're getting into this by, let's say Q3. We should be in a recession already. So I think the market will top already in May or something like that.
I'm interested to hear Raul's view here, because my view here is that we'll go into a recession just before an election. That it just sounds so.
We did that in 2008. We did that in 2008. And that was the last time we had a real recession. So, I mean, it's not so uncommon. We had the recession started in 2007 in December, and then you had the real fallout in September, actually just before. So that's wouldn't be too unusual.
Okay, before I let Raul comment here, when you say that there's going to be a global melt up and a blow off top, you're saying that there's 6 months left until we get this global top. How intense do you think the next 6 months are going to be? Like if I were to pull up a chart of the Nasdaq or let's look at the US Tech 100. Just let's use that as an indicator, which is now trading 16,800. Call it. How much more does this go by June? Because you keep saying blow off top. Like I know blow off top like an altcoin does a blow off top. It's like parabolic. It's ridiculous. Is that what you're thinking for global markets?
Absolutely, because I think that the soft landing narrative is going to win, is going to be dominating over the next coming weeks and months here. Actually, I was predicting that to come if you go back 6 months or 9 months ago. And now we start to see it, and everybody starts to think, well, they manufactured this soft landing, and now liquidity will come in, and we're going to get a fantastic market, and everybody will be, positively, to see that the market actually is going to move up really quickly. But I'm thinking this, the light ahead that we're seeing is actually the freight train coming right against us. And I cannot see how we will avoid this time around. And especially with as I said, the first indicator that I showed is not something that is common to a lot of people, but 120 years going back in time, and you have never had a false signal, never. So, and it even got Corona correct, right? So I think we are being a bit too optimistic on what liquidity can do. And I think the business cycles, which are driven by the housing market, and we know when we have the housing declines, we have housing market actually deteriorating like what we have seen this time around. These are the times when we have the hardest recessions. That's what history tells us. So the consumer housing markets are not well, and these are just slowly seeping into the real economy. The only reason why we haven't seen the recession so far, as I see it, is because of the labor market in the US. And the thing is, after Corona, you had all this stimulus coming out, and every company around the world was doing fantastic. And so they build up their capacity. And now they've been sitting on their hands and saying, oh, we didn't really see the demand coming back. So we'll just wait another 6 months and see how things are going before we start laying people off. And that's why we have seen this, stubbornly strong labor market so far. But I'm still saying I will cheer for I think the business cycle will come through and the liquidity will not be able to hold it up. But absolutely, they're going to pour a lot of liquidity on this, and that's going to create another situation. I think they're going to bounce the economy, but then they're going to bring it right into a stagflationary situation, and will be completely different. So I think we have a double, first a deflationary bust, which will be met by liquidity. Then we'll have a bounce, and then we'll see that we actually get a stagflation, which will be much more difficult for them to do something about.
Okay, Raul, what do you think? I mean, it's different from your thesis.
Yeah, it's very different. It's 180 degree opposite, but there's several people with that same thesis. And I look at the housing market, and year on year, the rate of change of housing is actually now stabilized and sort of rising with the forward-looking indicators for ISM. And also most of the interest payment charts, a lot of that is mortgages, and the mortgage stuff is fixed rate. So there's actually a very small amount of that seems to be an issue going forward. So I'm not overly concerned by that. When I look at the business cycle, I use the ISM survey, Institute of Supply Management. I've got that goes back to 1947, and you can use the Treasury survey that goes back to 1870. Works pretty well. Gives you a decent idea. So here's how I'm just using my recent GMI monthly, and I haven't got all the full economic charts in this, but basically there's a very nice cycle, which is the top chart in black, which is the ISM. And this is everything.
Wow. Shout out to everybody here. Shout out to every single person here. God bless each and every one of you for jumping on in. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here and sharing your most precious asset with me, and that is your time, baby. Shout out to the crypto lifers, baby. Shout out to the new. Shout out to the old. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here, sharing your most precious asset with me, and that is your time. Welcome back to the Crypto Lifers Show. Here we are again. If you were in my trading group, I gave you a short. We talked about shorting the market. I said I do not like what I'm seeing here. And I said the market doesn't look good. Looks like we're going to the downside. I said I've been short for literally the last 18 hours, right? Who here has heard me call a short? Who heard me talk about being short? Who was in the trading group and took a short? Who heard about me being short in the screen share last night? Every single weekly screen share. Thursday night, 7:30 to 9, a little later yesterday, but basically 7:30 to 9, sometimes all the way to 10:30. But bang, 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 I did not call along. I'll tell you that right now. The market can tell you where it's likely going to go, everybody, and I'm going to show you how it happened. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. So we make money either way. We're able to call the market almost every single day, whether it's short or long. And look, I saw the shoulder, head, shoulder. I saw a descending triangle on the 7-minute time frame. Descending triangles break to the downside about 90% of the time. Let me show you the descender here. This is the one I found. You could say it kind of broke back up, broke back inside, huddled, and then broke down. Another thing that I want to show you, we'll get rid of the moving averages, is the uncanny. We already know head and shoulder patterns are bearish, right? So you start collecting bearish ideas. I'm a collector, right? I like to collect bearish ideas. Shoulder, head, shoulder, to me, head and shoulder, okay? Shoulder, head, shoulder, okay? Shoulder, head, and shoulder here. Shoulder, head, and shoulder there. Like, it was just head and shoulder city. I've never seen so many head and shoulders in my life. The daily had bearish divergence. Whenever there's bearish div on the daily, you must heed it. Who here understood that we could go to the downside? Who here realizes that we could go lower? All right. Who here realizes that we could go to 38,000? If you can't take the pain, if you can't take the heat, get out the kitchen. A lot of people don't like when we talk about the bearish things. Most of the lifers don't mind. They realize that life is an opportunity and anything you do is up to you. You know what I mean? Like, you're the opportunity in life. If you believe in it, it can happen for you. If you don't believe in it, then it can't happen. It's not going to happen. Oh, I got this other light on my head today, which makes this little, I guess I can't. Anyway, let me see that. That's weird to me. I can't really get a look on that. It's putting a little bit of I think a green thing on my head. Anyway, shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. I guess it's just putting a little light there. What do y'all think? Is it okay? Am I angelic here? In the announcer voice, but where are we going, Sam? Tell someone you love them. Do a good deed for a stranger. Say a prayer for someone. Blessings to bless. Shout out to Seize the Day. I don't even wait for him to start to hit that like button because I know every day with the lifer is going to be a good one. Shout out to my man Scott Steger. Shout out to Board Type Crow. Shout out to Armstrong33. Shout out to Liam Mobile Legend. Shout out to Lifer Adam, Harry Williams, Chris Gasso, Pickle Rick, and everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. Appreciate each and every single one of you for jumping on in and being here with the lifer. Sam Price. I started trading 15 years ago, and it's been a battle. Not every day is amazing, but you get through it somehow, some way as a trader. And you know what? Most people can't handle it. Most people can't get through. Most people can't push through the pain. And because of that, if you can, you eventually will be successful. You'll be a winner. So what makes you different between a loser and a winner is the person that doesn't give up. If you give up, then you're likely going to fail. It's just that simple. So we looked at this and we said, this is likely going to drop to the downside. We also saw, look, resistance. I said, if Bitcoin can't get back above 46,500, expect more downside. That's and we just kept making lower highs and falling to the downside. And now we see Bitcoin at 45,166. Shout out to the shorts. Sorry to be, And right now we just did what I feel was a bearish retest on the 15. We pumped up. We tried to get back inside the pattern. And the pattern was just like, nah, not happening. And that's what's called a bearish retest. I love the retest right there. Tried to get in. Could not get in. Dumped to the downside down to 45,184. My target is sitting right here at about 45,175. And that's just from making... If you just kind of carry on, all I did was carry on the wedge. That's it. Nothing crazy. Like, I tell you how many times when I've carried a wedge that it's hit my target pretty nicely. And now, I mean, you're going even further to the downside. Now you can be like, well, where are we going to go now? Well, when you leave a wedge, you take the base of the wedge to the downside. And usually you fall pretty fast too. And so that's Bitcoin falling further down. My target there is 44,500. And we've been waiting for the lower lows. We also looked at Bookmap this morning at about 7:45 in the morning. I did an update for the trading group. And I said, there's so much liquidity to the downside, it's likely we go down. I said, the only way we could get out of this is if the 15-minute makes a right shoulder. Remember my update? We did not make that right shoulder on the 15-minute. It wasn't going to happen, and here we are. So, this is it, I know you're looking at my arms. I know you think they're big and strong, and I know you're getting intimidated. It's okay. It's okay. It's going to be all right. You know what I mean? They're not as big as you think. It's all a camera thing. You know what I mean? It's all just a camera angle and tight shirts. But, I do work out. Shout out to everybody here. So 45,000 now falling to the downside. A massive dump for Bitcoin. And it was almost easy money, easy pickings to the downside. Almost an M pattern here too as well. So it wasn't rocket science to me that we were going to go to the downside. It was pretty obvious. All right. No pants, bearish Sammy. Yes, really love yourself. You gotta love yourself. If you don't love yourself, how could you love other people? Yeah, you know what I mean? Should I hate myself? When anyone says that, it's like, should I hate myself? I'm confused, should I not love myself? I don't know how should I be? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's kind of funny. Anyway, so to the downside, this is the channel you want to come to no matter what's happening in cryptocurrency. We're not going to be moon boys. We're not going to be perma bears. We're not going to be stuck on it has to be a certain way. We're going to be able to give it to you straight and show you what's happening. All right. Now I'm looking for some type of bullish div. You're getting a little bit right now, but it's really not strong enough, in my humble opinion, to hold us down from furthering to dump to the downside. You can see we made a bear flag here. And so eventually we're going to make some type of flag. Or an inverted head and shoulder. And it's kind of where we were yesterday. Like, when does the pain end? You know what I mean? A good amount of volatility for a lower volume Friday as well. And you have people panic selling, right? And there you go to 44,900. And here we go. Here we go. The long squeeze is on, please. Get it? I'm sorry. I just did that. I just made it up. You know what I mean? But there's way more liquidity to the downside. It suggests that we go all the way down to 44,500, maybe even lower to 44K. That's going to be a problem. Building a bag of bait. Please, TA on bait. Crazy frog on the OG frog meme. Man, why are you guys going to make me go over frog memes? Just passing by today. Thanks for being there again today, every day. God bless you, Sammy. Shout out to Jamie Crine. BTC is now in the hands of other money. It's over, right? It's over. Shout out to the 789 people on the live, 220 likes. Let's get the likes up to the watchers. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the love. Thank you for jumping on in. And now today, you know, Google's like, I don't want to push this ETF nonsense. You know, and then Bitcoin just completely getting a sell-off to the downside. Let's take a look at the S&P. Let's look at the DXY. I never understood why this does that. Anyway. I was looking at SARE yesterday, had an alert on it. It's just getting tight in the channel. Actually got a nice spike to the upside too. Interesting. Still looks beautiful compared to most things right now. CERE, SARE Network. I don't own any. They never told me to say it. It's just something that I happen to see, and I'm nice enough to show it to you. I don't have to. I could probably keep it to myself, but it just looked nice. You know, and today I looked and I scanned what coins are hot. You know, you want to do this right when you wake up in the morning. You can see Ethereum name serve is up 14%, Optimism up 7%, and it's the ETH ecosystem. Everything attached to ETH continuing to get a bit of a pump. Rocket Pool, remember we went over that last night in the trading group. Talked about Rocket Pool and Lido DAO. Said, you know, liquid staking for Ethereum will pull these to the upside. And that's what we kind of saw last night. Just a little bit of an ETH rally with some news of an ETH ETF. Got people kind of excited. Can we make an inverted head and shoulder and get back to business here for Bitcoin? All right. And, you know, whenever I see a red day for BTC, you know what I do? I head on over to my favorite exchange, wherever I can get my hands, and I go to the spot section And I grabbed myself some more BTC on the red days. And it looks like we may even get some lower Bitcoin. But it's nice and red right now. It's nice and juicy. And so I'm going to buy myself about $2,500 worth of BTC on these nasty red days. All right, that's just what I do. I accumulate Bitcoin all the time, every single day. Just it matters how much, you know what I mean? And we take a look at the crypto fear and greed index. We see it's at about a 71. Heavy greed here. Still need to come on back. So it's still considered extreme. Extreme greed was yesterday, which is kind of weird. But, you know, it went to 76. Usually when you're at extreme greed, it's time to sell. Whenever I see this anywhere above 70, it's time to take some money off the table. And so, you know, we could still get a pretty big market pullback. I just want to put that out there. You know, have some stops in place. Don't be moonboying. If you're not ready to hold for a year and a half, 2 years, be careful. All right. We could get pullbacks in crypto that you can't handle. And if you can't handle it, it's going to be absolutely psychologically detrimental to you. All right. I just want to put it out. I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I'm saying, dude, should be taken as financial advice, but you got to be ready for anything that the market throws at you. You got to be ready for anything that the market throws at you. All right. If you're not ready for the worst case scenario, to brace yourself, because it can always get worse. Markets do erratic things and move in ways you never thought. Okay? I just want to make that very, very clear. If you buy 1,000 of Dogecoin today, how much can I get if it reaches to 70 cents a coin? Just tuned in. What kind of pullback is he expecting? I don't know, man. If you ask about Dogecoin one more time, though, I will probably, we will be clipping it. All right. Wow, so Bitcoin just getting absolutely demolished. And I see 44,005. Just not a strong enough bullish div, really. We're still pointing to the downside on even the 30-second. No bullish divergence yet, telling me that there's still more liquidity to be had for Bitcoin. All right. And you can see Bookmap we're all the way to 44,000. Suggests that we go to $44,000. This was a very simple, easy short. People should be in the money right now on this short. Absolutely insane. Last night, the last thing I said in the weekly screen share, keep the short open. No reason to open up a long. I see no reason to open up a long unless you want to be super risky. I said it didn't make any sense to me. I said unless the 7-minute can get above the 200 SMA, there's no reason to long this market. And once you lose the 200 SMA on the 7, you have to start to think that we're going to the downside. Then we lose it on the 15. Then we lose it on the 1 hour time frame. And then you go to the what? The 200 SMA on the 1 hour, like I talked about. I said if we close a candle below the 200 SMA on the 1 hour, very, very bearish. Very bearish. All right. You should expect us to go to the 200 SMA on the 3 hour, really on the 4 hour time frame. So I'm expecting Bitcoin to head lower. All right. And what I'll do now is I'll go to another chart just to kind of clarify things for you guys and show you what's happening. BTC, we can go to any chart you want. KuCoin, USD. I like to go to USD on Coinbase because it's been around a long, long time. And remember, it doesn't matter whether you're on USD, Coinbase, USDT. It might be off by $1 or $2, but it's basically the same, okay? I just want to make that clear to everybody. So let's take a look as things start to heat up. Shout out to everybody here on the live. 989 people on the live stream. 268 people are afraid of the like button. The like button will not hurt you. It'll help you. It'll enhance you. You'll do the right thing. It'll be good karma for you. Jump on it today and make it happen. I'm telling you right now, it'll blow your mind if you do something for somebody else. Right now, all you have to do is hit the like button to do something for somebody else. It's pretty awesome. You don't have to even go outside and help your neighbor move the trash. You don't have to walk your neighbor's dog if they're sick. You don't have to do anything like that, which takes way more effort. All you have to do is hit the like button, which I find so conveniently easy to get good karma points. So get yourself those karma points, get yourself that good energy vibe, and get yourself in tune. So look, we talked about Bitcoin having bearish div. We knew about it. We got the spike to the upside, which created, a blow off top in a way, right? And yes, I would say that we did top out just locally. I'm not saying it's the end of the biggest rally ever, and I'm not saying we're going to go to 25,000, but to me, it does say that we're going to experience some type of pullback. All right. Now, where do we go is the question. That's what everybody wants to know. All right. And we are going to figure it out. Now, one thing is for sure, I take it one day at a time. Previous resistance becomes support. We do have support at 44,200. Once we lose 44.2, we're back inside the pattern. Once you break inside an ascending triangle, you can take the base of it, and that's going to give you your next measured move. That would line up with here, and then you would only say we would probably flush down to the next level, and you got a gap in the VRVP. So your area that you have to concentrate on and look at is 37,900, 37,008. That'd be a good place to take some profit. If the short does get there, we likely get a bit of a bounce and they'll liquidate a lot of people on the other side. You know, all right. I have to let my neighbors out, and it's raining. Hitting the like button. I have to go let my neighbors out. You're so funny. My neighbor's cat out, right? Garbage dump again. The big steal is in. Get yourself those good karma points and hit that like button. All right. So yeah, they get you to run up into Bitcoin, hype up the ETF, and a little bit of a sell the news there too, in a way, right? But overall, this is going to create big hype for Bitcoin in the long run. At the same time, anyone that knew their technical analysis talked about this being a bearish divergence. I said it over and over again. I said we have to be conscious of the bearish side here. You can't be fully. Also, when the moving averages get really far apart, it tells me that there's something brewing here. Look, tight, far apart. We pull back, far apart. The daily has the 21 and the 200 very far apart. Usually, you would pull back. So one or two things are happening. We could stay in a beautiful sideways price action and stay above 44.2. As long as we stay above 44.2, we really don't have anything to worry about. I'll be honest, you know. As long as we hold the 200 SMA on the 4-hour, we have nothing to worry about. However, it looks likely that we do not do that. It looks likely that this is a beautiful M pattern. And we are now going to make a move to the downside. Sorry. We're going to make a move to the downside here on the M. That measured move takes me to 41,000, and we do break the 200 SMA. Once we break the 200 SMA on the 4-hour, I'm looking for the 200 SMA on the 8-hour at 41,000. Once we break that, I'm looking for 37,008. So this is how I'm going to trade this whole price action, okay? Right now, we are short, right? If the 1-hour can't get us back above the 200 SMA in the next hour, if we close another candle below this, I'm basically going to short the market even more. You know, I would add to the short or go harder on the short. Nada just booming to the upside. This coin out of control, up 76%. Always something on MEXC just banging. But sorry, my hand slipped there. Spacebar just advances you. So I do see this as, you know, I saw that as a shoulder, shoulder, head, shoulder, shoulder. That broke to the downside. There's your neckline. I took the head from there to there because I feel like taking the whole wick is crazy, but you know, if you want to be extra TA, this says that you do go lower. And look, the head and shoulder broke to the downside, just like it was supposed to. You know, I don't know what to tell you, but I tell you this stuff happens the way it's supposed to happen. All right. Now there's going to be people that are excited, and they're going to buy the price up a little bit, and they're going to let price action kind of get a bit of a bounce. There's a little bit of bullish div here on the 5. That's very sharp, and this is flatter, you know, but it's still not absolutely amazing. Okay. Still not absolutely amazing. So now I'm going to look at Bitcoin level by level, and we're going to break it down on the bigger time frame. All right. Getting a little bit of a bounce right now, but look, I mean, now you have serious resistance at 45,585. And even like, let's see, right here, you have resistance 44,880. You got to, you know, yeah. We could see that the bears were coming in. We could see that things were turning bearish. It was obvious to me, and that's why I pointed it out to the trading group. If I see bearish things, I'm not going to lie and try to fake it because I want you to be bullish. You know, I'm not going to. Trust me, my channel did very well just doing what I'm supposed to do. My mom taught me just be honest and everything will work out. And so that's what I've been doing my whole life, and it works out. I don't want to have any skeletons in my closet. I don't want anyone coming out. I don't want to deal with it. I just want to be free. Believe me, I made mistakes as a kid, as a teenager. I was always in trouble doing something stupid. I was always going to bed at night worried about something that I did. I don't want to live a life like that, you know? So, resistance for Bitcoin at now 47,300, clear as day. All right? We hit this area and we could not get above it. It created a big old bar of resistance. So we now know that Bitcoin has resistance right here at that high volume node. Could not get above it. We know that we have a nice support though right here too. Big high volume node. Price action bounced. Okay. And we have some support right here at the bottom of this at 41,300. Go to our beautiful 5-day chart. Let's talk about it. Bearish div on the 5-day, right? We saw bearish div on multiple time frames. Multiple time frames. Thinking like, are we in one of these? Just a little dip and then we go for more, or is it a bigger pullback? The only thing that I have to say is, the RSI is pretty high. And when the RSI, gets that high, you definitely have to heed it. You can't say, oh no. Remember we said this before. When we were high before, I said, look, no bearish div yet, no bearish div yet. We have the bearish div now on the 5-day chart. You have to pay attention to this. Okay? The other thing is what happens is when a big short happens, it happens like this, and then people believe the short's over, and they don't short, and then there's more pain. You don't have to be on the initial move. You have to be able to read the tea leaves, right in front of you. There's still some short scalps and some things to be had. So look, resistance, 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 resistance. 5-day chart has beautiful resistance at 43,000. We'll call it even 44K. You know what I mean? I'll call it about 44K even, about 43.9 though. So that's a level that, hey, we could stay above that too as well. Oversold in the stochastics. So there's, it's not amazing. I want to break it down. Right now, I am leaning heavily bear. Heavily bear. Why? Bearish div on the 3-day chart. Also suggests that you go lower. Come down to the 21. If you lose the 21, you're going to dump to the 50. And that's about a 33,000, so it's looking like we may even come and test 31K again. Let's see let's start a poll here and see what people were saying on the poll. This would flush a lot of people out for good. I mean, they would just be devastated. Do we see 31K again, yes or no? And I know we're supposed to say we know nothing but the fact of our own ignorance, but just yes or no. All right. And Bitcoin going further to the downside as suggested. I'm telling you, it's a dumperino. You need the smaller time frames to figure out what's going on. See that? I made this little flag. And we gave it the bet. I'm always open-minded. Could it be making the inverted? And look, it's trying to do an inverted head and shoulder here now, but it made the right shoulder and just said no way. I see another 48,000 testing. Really? So do we see 31K again? 48% say yes. 52% say no. So a good amount of people suggest that we could be seeing 31,000. All right. So. "30-second chart suggests that we could go lower even here, but they got a bullish div on the indicator. It's trying to hold off, but I see dumpage. And Bookmap told us we were going lower right at the beginning of the day. Like right when we opened Bookmap. Said we're going to dump. Said we're likely going to dump to the downside. So, you know what I mean? It's like Bookmap yet again comes through. Look up Bookmap. If you want Bookmap, you want to get the information that I'm giving you here, see what's happening behind the candles. These are orders, heat map order book. The darker red, the more the orders. So jump on in, Global Plus. Get yourself a subscription today. Find out what it's like to see what's happening behind the orders. There's 1,285 people here. You'd be able to understand this knowledge unbelievably well. Bookmap is amazing, and it's not hard to understand. People think it's all this complicated. It's literally just looking at the order book. Whenever I see a lot of red below me, I short to that area. It's simple. When I see a lot of red above me, we long to that area. It's not that hard, everybody. And look, I mean, you see 44,000. This says we go down to 44K. I mean, there's no red liquidity above us at all. That 50,000, that guy up there is gone. A little bit at 49K, but it's not red. The redder the better. We need that red. So we'd like to trade into the red. All right. You don't want to be trading against. If you have an order between price action and red, you're likely to get squeezed in between it. You don't want to. You can actually watch yourself get squeezed using Bookmap. All right. So use Bookmap. Understand the time frames that we're using, and you'll be golden. You would have been in the screen share last night. So jump into the trading group and get. If you got wrecked during this whole ETF stuff, if you didn't know what was happening, if you keep losing tons of money, leverage trading. You're spot trading, you don't know what you're doing, or you could have been spot trading and you leverage trade anyway. You don't know what you're doing. You have no plan. You have no goal. You got to get into a trading group. You got to get a mentor at least to slow you down for a couple weeks. Even if you spend a month with me, I'm sure that I can help you. I can save the way you're thinking. I can kind of slow you down. I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I'm saying you should be taking this financial advice, but I can keep you calm. We can start to look at things differently. You can get a system. You can get a plan. And you can kind of slow down. All right, so if you're getting wrecked, you're getting rocked, and this market's throwing you for a loop, I would highly advise you slow down. If you've already lost thousands of dollars, throw $100 our way. We will help you. You'll remember it for the rest of your life. You'll look back and you'll be like, you know what? They really did help me, and I thought I could see the charts better. So, attempting to Adam and Eve double bottom here for Bitcoin and stop the insane pain. Massive sell-off, but I just see more pain because there's so much liquidity below us. So much liquidity below us. Look at that nice little sell-off for Bitcoin. And it started when I saw that descending triangle last night in the trading group, right? And it lost the 200 SMA. Stop loss, right? So simple, right? To open up a short right there. Stop loss on the other side. And you're just paid now. Isn't that, it's like, it doesn't have to be that hard. It can be a lot more simple than we realize. It's just, you got to have the guts to take, you got to be able to trade off. If you can take 10 trades and that's just one of your many 10 trades, you're not freaking out. But if you only trade here and there, then, America, woohoo, free bird. Shout out to Tucker, man. Shout out to everybody here. Celebrate. Everybody here. Shout out to Tucker. Did you quit your job, man? Are you out? Shout out to my man Tucker. God bless you for being here. The ETF was the biggest joke ever. All the hype just to have market manipulation. It's true. And I kept telling everyone not to pay attention. You know what I mean? They even got me sometimes thinking about it, right? And there's 44.5. We knew we were getting 44.5. We talked about it. I've been looking for that level all day long, right? And that's the measured move, too, of the length of the base of that triangle, of the falling wedge to the downside. Shout out to everybody making massive gains in the trading group. God bless each and every one of you. If you took that short, you are so paid right now, it's ridiculous. Bang, bang, bang. The issue is Wall Street manipulates stocks, so no more manipulation. So now more, yeah, exactly. There's always, you don't get it, there's always going to be manipulation. The whole world is manipulated. The supermarket is manipulated. You know what I mean? I don't know. You got to find your way inside. You got to find kind of where you're at in all of the manipulation. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. If you want to join the trading group and understand what's happening before it happens, you would have seen this short way before it happens and gotten paid. Hit the link right here. Go to cryptolifer.com. Join today and just learn the concepts. Learn how to short and long the market. Make money either way. Join our newsletter. This will prompt up. Consent to the newsletter. Click this. Put your email address in and get ready. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Cryptolifer.com. Jump on in today and see what we have to offer you. It'll blow your mind. All right. 28 right now. Retired by 35. Mark my words. Shout out to Tucker. 7 years, you will retire. But you never want to be retired. Like me, do I want to retire? I want to see how far we could take it. Like, if I made 100 mil, I want to see if I can be a billionaire. You know what I mean? So I don't know if I would ever retire. I just don't think I could. I don't think I could. Shout out to anyone that trades on MEXC. The lowest fees in the market if you hold the MX token, 0.5 and 0.25, and still some of the lowest fees in the game compared to everybody else. This is where I open up my trade. This is where I just bought Bitcoin for a very, very small 0.01 spot fee. So I love it. You will love it too. It'll blow your mind. If it's in your jurisdiction, jump on in to MEXC. It's awesome. I love MEXC. And shout out to iTrust Capital, our channel sponsor, always holding me down. God bless iTrust Capital. If you want to jump on in, and another thing, the ETF, look at all that manipulation and craziness. And it's not in kind. You have to switch back to money to get back out and then get back into Bitcoin if you want to buy Bitcoin. iTrust Capital, you can hold it, you can buy it, and then when you're ready to leave, they'll actually give you your Bitcoin, something that you won't see anywhere else. So, jump on into iTrust Capital today. It'll blow your mind. Definitely something that you'd want to pay attention to and have on your side. So, iTrust Capital, the way they hold your Bitcoin is different. The way they custody, the way they are regulated, they're the best. They've done everything properly, and they're government regulated. They're awesome. Check out iTrust Capital today. It's a place where you can buy and sell cryptocurrencies inside of a Roth IRA, tax-free. So, like, say you got into Shiba at 10x, sold back into Bitcoin, and you put 1 Bitcoin into 10, you had 10 Bitcoin in there. Then Bitcoin goes to 10 million 20 years from now, 15 years from now, and you take out 100 mil, tax-free on the move that you made from Shiba to 10x. You see what I'm saying? So you can't beat that anywhere else, but only inside of your iTrust Capital. So you can't beat it. And shout out to BingX too. BingX is awesome because you can trade Forex and S&P in the same place. That's the reason why I have BingX here. You can't do that anywhere else. I'm telling you right now. It's awesome. So if you love having one platform to trade many markets, even indexes, even commodities, even agriculture, gold, silver, you can trade anything on BingX. So jump on into BingX today. We greatly appreciate the channel sponsorship from both BingX and iTrust Capital. And may God bless everybody here on the live. Thank you for being here. All right. And our biggest channel sponsor is Crypto Lifer. We sponsor ourselves here at this channel, and we love it. Thank you for each and every one of you believing in me and always being a part of the trading group. I'm super excited that you picked me to be here, and I love you. Did you trade before you joined the group? I would need classes, and I'm having surgery in 6 weeks. Yeah, still learning and still new, but they make a heck of a lot easier. Yep. Just remember, not your keys, not your crypto with iTrust Capital. The star is letting you know how long you've been subscribed. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's FDIC approved, man. I think it is your keys. I'm truly sure that no matter what, they and then they're insured doubly redundant. Even if the company goes down, they have like a thing saying that you get your Bitcoin. So they're like government regulated and insured. If anywhere you're going to get your Bitcoin, it's going to be iTrust Capital no matter what, in my humble opinion. So I kind of disagree with that one statement, but I do hold my own crypto. BlockFi was supposed to be like Crypto Bank and wrecked all of us. 100%. I keep, hardware wallets, man. Get yourself a hardware wallet today. It's super, super important to get yourself a hardware wallet today. Okay. Yeah, Bitcoin just absolutely collapsing. And look, falling wedges break to the downside. Once you lose that level, they like to go straight down. I've seen this many, many times, and they go straight down the length of the base. And that's exactly what we had. Bang, right? It's exactly what happened. Just crazy how the technical analysis plays out almost every single time. And now we're looking for some type of bullish div, but I don't see it. It's not strong enough yet. There we go. There we have something. This is what we needed. We needed to swing up on RSI and a swing down on price action. And we could maybe start to slow down a little bit on this dump. This is called a liquidation. And this was a liquidation event. Bookmap will show you the liquidation events. They're really awesome. Right there, that was one right there. Like we got liquidated, came back up. Got a liquidation event right there for Bookmap. Bookmap still has liquidity down to 43,800. It looks like this is going to be a pretty nasty day. Bookmap suggests we go to 43.8 before the pain and maybe even lower. The 1 minute rolling over, not able to get back above key support or resistance. So look, you bounced, you lost it. Now that's a resistance too. So you just SR flip this lower area. This could turn into a flag and then continue to dump to the downside. Smaller time frames keep you watching what's happening. All right. And this could go sideways and continue to dump. Also, knowing when to trade and when not to trade. You don't have to trade every single move. This was a great move to make money on. You don't have to trade every single move, and you don't have to beat yourself up for not getting into every single trade. Who here feels horrible because they didn't get to short this? You know what I mean? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, you could put a 1. Put a 1 in the comment section, or actually put a 2 in the comment section. If you wish you'd short this and but get rid of those feelings. It's okay. All right? It's okay. There's going to be so much opportunity in the market. If anything, just remember what happened. Be like, all right, there was a head and shoulder pattern that Sam pointed out. We lost the 200 SMA on the 7-minute time frame. Once you lose 200 SMAs, it tells you immediately that there's likely going to be a problem. Immediately. And the key is, if you're just opening up shorts there, if they flip back the other way, you don't lose a lot. But if they go down, they usually don't get back over the 200 SMA. So it's a great way to take advantage of the market. Look, and to short the market today was simple. 1-minute time frame, easy head and shoulder pattern. Look at that. And the right shoulder of the head and shoulder had a head and shoulder inside of it on top of that. Like, the market will tell you, it'll wave at you. Whether you listen or not, it's up to you. But the market will wave at you and tell you what's likely going to happen. What I miss a short of DCA, I closed too early. They might come up and cancel Bitcoin EDF because people lost money and newcomers start to complain. No. No regrets. Only regret in life was not divorcing my first wife sooner. You're funny. Just shorted to 42.5. He's like, I just shorted to 42.5. You may get there. You never know. And there we had 44,400, and we told you there was likely a dump coming. We're not, like everyone in my trading group, we're not like, oh my God, we knew there was likely going to be a dump, right? So, and we don't really see a strong reversal yet. It's a nasty little dumpage, huh? You would take the length of this pole. You're eventually going to try to find an inverted head and shoulder. That's what you know what I mean? And we will reverse back to the 200 SMA, but major pain, baby, major pain for Bitcoin. Dump back to 12,000, dump to 27, going for the wick lows from January 10th. You never know what's going to happen. Let's go back to the poll and see what's happening. How many people jumped into that poll? We got a poll here, 598 people. Do we test 31K again? 46% say yes, 54% say no. So, but anything is possible. Remember that. Anything is possible. 44,450 for Bitcoin. Finally, a bit of bullish div here. We could get the reversal now. That would be an interesting attempt to get a reversal. However, Bookmap suggests that we go way lower, 43,600. I wouldn't tussle with these lows. It says we're likely going lower. I would keep the short open. That doesn't look good to me if I was in a long, right? Shout out to everyone making massive gains. Let's go, baby. Dang. To the downside, which I personally don't love shorting Bitcoin. It's one of my favorite assets. I hold so much of it. New lifer here from Casper Channel did not take the short, but sniffed it and knew it was a good probability. I'm happy I started to read the market language. That's a win for me. God bless you, man. David, thank you for jumping on in from crypto. And thank you. God bless Jason Casper. Every time, man, that guy's like promoting my channel. What a nice guy, man. When I'm done, usually he comes on. You'll see his massive short. So check out Jason Casper's channel. He should be on between 12 and 1 p.m. today. I'm pretty sure he will go on. And so if you love trading leverage, and if you love MEXC, and if you love getting down, Jason Casper, check him out. He's on usually 12 to 1 o'clock today after my show. So, and he promotes me tirelessly. Super nice guy. He just believes in love, light, and happiness, and he's not afraid. So don't live in fear, everybody. Push yourselves to the limit and go and get yours. So shout out to Jason Casper. We love you. We appreciate you. And we're happy that my channel and your channel have a cool little relationship. And all the people that like you, like me pretty much. And you also have a good group of people that believe in God. So, hey, God bless you, brother. So bullish divergence beginning to kick in. Can we get the, inverted head and shoulder? Do we stop the pain here at 44,005? That was an insane dumpage. Usually this kind of divergence will stop the pain. We didn't have one strong enough to plug up the hole. All right. We still have a major resistance now for Bitcoin at 44,900. All right. Let's get back to our bigger idea here. We're in the middle of figuring out where we're going. So the 3-day now has tweezer tops too. That's bearish. Remember, whenever you finally get tweezer tops, it's a bearish sign that you're going to the downside. Further down to explore some other levels. can almost say, hey, rising wedge, right? Rising wedges break down 68% of the time to where they began. Once the 2-day loses the 21, look for it to come to the 50. So I just see this is the rising wedge, right? Rising wedges fall down 68% of the time. And the base is where they go. Yeah, so you would see this, breaking down. I'm going to do the bullish scenario towards the end. I'll give us the what if, but I don't make up things that don't exist. You know what I mean? I don't see a bullish scenario right now. We also just lost this previous support right there where those two candles closed at 45,000. That's bearish. Now that will become a resistance. Whenever you lose a previous support zone, that will then become a resistance zone. All right. So Bitcoin, I wouldn't be surprised if it dumps down here and tests 37,005. We get these prices yet again, and this was all just a rally. At the same time, until we break 44,000, 44.2, I remain bullish. You know what I mean? That's the only thing. We got a good level there on the daily time frame. See it right there? It's strong. Right here, 44, 186, 44.2. Once we break that, it's a wrap though. All right. And it looks like we're coming for it pretty fast. We're at quadruple, we're all fours right now. Look at that. So, looks like, and then we have a gap of the VRVP here too. So once you lose this key high volume node, boom, right to here. And then eventually you'll test the 200 SMA on the daily. The 200 SMA on the daily is a great place after an initial pump to kind of reassociate. If we lose the 200 SMA in the daily, we're going to like 12K or something crazy, like 18, 19, then we have to look at some other stuff. All right. So that's the one thing about BTC right now. Right now, it could also just be a little bit of a sell-off, and we could get a bounce. Remember, don't go all bearish. All right, let's go for the bullish scenario. Look, we could be making a symmetrical triangle right here, or an ascending triangle. We could bounce, and it could be business as usual, and we could be at 50K. You know what I mean? Remember, the halving is coming, so it's unlikely that we continue to dump into the halving. Right, so a little pullback may be great, and we may never even go lower than 41,279. I just want to make sure people understand that idea, all right? But look, every time we're getting a little bit of div, it doesn't look amazing. Like, we just continue to form these little bear flags. So I see Bitcoin now resistance. It's about to dump lower. Here's a short right here. Stop loss above this line and take Bitcoin down to 43,900. All right. There it is. The entry is right now with a stop above it. The Stokes look like they may take us down. You lost the POC, which makes it likely it's going to happen. Once you lose this yellow line, you're very likely dropping to my target at 43,850. Bookmap also corroborates the story with the liquidity below us and a red line here, and this goes all the way to 43,460. So it looks like, and so right now, opening up the short right now is a key idea. This is the trade right now. If anyone missed a short, possible short right now, to the downside. All right. If this short doesn't play out, it could be the place we could start to maybe dig our way out, but it doesn't look good for the bulls. All right. Short is already in the money. You can see that right there. See that? From a 45.5 entry. There it goes. Sayonara, senorita. Come on, baby. And usually a short will fall pretty fast. Will liquidate pretty interestingly, pretty fast. And look, there you are right there, 44. That's our, that's a big order right there. It's likely going to get filled. Remember, these are whales buying up the price too. They're filling their bags. Inside on Mookie Coin, listed on any exchange. I'll go over it when I can. All right. Shout out to GF Burke in the house. Shout out to Crypto Grady in the house. Let's go, Grady. Yeah. Look, that short to the money now again. I'm telling you. So, scared money don't make money. You got to learn how to pull the trigger. Okay. And there we go. Come on, baby. Now we got some stronger bullish div. I will tell you that. This could be the reversal now. I moved stop loss to break even or close. You see what I'm saying? So now you can't really lose much money here. You're already in the money. What about sideways action to allow money to rotate into ETH and altcoins? We're going to take a look at all that and break that down, all right? Now, this is a really good bullish div here on the one. This says that we should get a bounce from this. It's just too strong. It's too long and strong. We should get a bounce off this divergence. I'd take money on that short. Just because I'm looking for this divergence the whole time, and we're finally getting a really strong one. You see? Like if you were pumping, you can't get too far away from the 21, and then you get the bearish div, and then usually you start to drop down. Same idea, you start to pump back up. And I keep looking for the reversal pattern, the shoulder, the head, the right shoulder, to get us on out of here. You have to use a reversal pattern to get out of here. You don't just do whatever you want, right? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Shout out to Crypto Pollo. Hope you're enjoying this wonderful Friday. Shout out to everybody here. Hope you're enjoying your life, too. Everyone gets caught up in Bitcoin and the dumpage today. Take a deep breath. Have some lemons in your water. All right. Bitcoin dumping would be a good time to trade BTC pairs. We're going to get into that too, Jason Riggs. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. And we're going to make a whole section of the show right now. Trust me. The second I see Bitcoin stabilize for a second and I can leave it alone, I have so much planned for all you people. I was listening to a technical analyst the other day. He's like, I want to go live when something happens in the market. But what I say, and he hit me and I realized, you know what? I'm a teacher. I go live whenever I want. Like any day of the week, any moment I open my eyes, I feel like I can teach you guys something about technical analysis. The market, it could be... We could trade a market that isn't even 24/7, and I could be like, you know what? Let's go back in time and go do some back testing together. Even if the market wasn't moving, I could go live for 2 hours and teach. There's so much to learn about these markets. There's so much to go over. It never ends. It really doesn't. You know what I mean? And I just took some black human seed, and I'm drinking some lemon. I'm drinking some honey and some lemon water. Okay, so now Bitcoin's attempting to bounce. You're now going to watch the stochastics RSI. If they're rolling over. See how they're rolling over? And look, if we look at this really closely, I see a head and shoulder pattern. Look, shoulder, head, right shoulder. Dump. So that would tell me to keep the short open. And it looks like it may defy this divergence. May not be strong enough. Target's 43,890. Just learning about trading and starting to do my first shorts and longs, enjoying the process. Your energy and love for trading is getting me excited to keep me learning. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. I love you. God bless you, brother. I don't know why this does this. See this? I don't know what's going on. Every time, too, lately. All the time. Like, it's so annoying. Just get rid of it. It's got to be a glitch on Brave browser. It's got to be. Glitching out. Anyway, who cares? Wasting my time right now. Okay, so alert on Osmo. Good. So a lot of coins are going to take a bit of a hit too now as Bitcoin's starting to drop to the downside, right? All coins getting just completely annihilated a little bit. Happens every single time. All right? Happens every time. Caspa's actually holding up pretty good, though. We're going to take a look at the Bitcoin pairs, and we're going to break down what we see happening in the markets. All right? Yep. Seeing a little bit of bull, but not everywhere, though. Not everywhere. Interesting. Coins were actually lower yesterday. Certain coins I'm in were lower yesterday, so actually all coins are doing pretty good. Quite interesting enough, to say the least. Can you do on bonk, please? The book map ticks. XNA holding well, too. God has blessed me for the past 2 years by digging me out of my PTSD and bipolar hell. Discovered you 1 month ago and hoping to use your teachings to pass down wealth. So far, I'm down $1,700. You'll make your moves, man, one step at a time. I wouldn't leverage trade if I were you. When I first started, you know what I mean? One step at a time. Attempting to get the bounce, we still see 43,600 below us, so something we definitely have to watch. And look, the triple fours came out again for triple fours. Bitcoin battling right now in the chop, so we got some kind of battle here. Definitely was a head and shoulder pattern there on that 1 minute time frame. A beautiful divergence here. Whenever I see a divergence this strong, which is a move up on the RSI and a move down on price action, it usually means we're going to get a reversal. It's a pretty strong reversal pattern. Indication, I don't know how you want to call it. You're the one who sees it. It's not like it's an indicator that you learn or grab yourself. All right. 70% Bitcoin will burst up just like back in 2016. Yeah. Yeah, I would end the short right now, personally. You know what I mean? We were in the money a little bit. Leverage trading would have actually paid pretty well. It's now at break even about. I almost stopped, but we moved the stop, right? So, we did a good job battling this, and this is how you can find out. You see, the old me, when I was a younger trader, I'd be on the 1 hour just freaking out, looking at a red candle. And previous resistance, bounce. So that is a spot you would look for people to take some profits. 44,005, 44,450. All right. It's not rocket science. It makes sense. And we have some bullish div here now. Attempting to pull the price up. However, bullish div is only as strong as the resistance. So right now you must see Bitcoin get above 44,700 to remain bullish. That's your bounce right there. That's your resistance. That was your SR flip. If you can't break above this, expect more downside. So it's good if we pump, but you must close candles. Like a 7-minute candle has to close back above this area. You know what I mean? Some alts just don't want to crash, holding better than Bitcoin. Yeah, we hold the 786, we can bounce. May the real alt flavor begins now. I also underestimated alts. And then they crazy pump. Yeah. Well, let's take a look at BTC pairs like someone just said. And I got a whole list of BTC pairs to look at for everybody here. What are Bitcoin pairs? Bitcoin pairs are when you buy Bitcoin and then you buy into an altcoin. And you're hoping for the altcoin to beat up on Bitcoin so that you make more money. So let's take a look at what's doing that right now today. So you have news, crypto, pumped to the upside. And look, tight moving averages up to the 200 SMA. It did it anyway. It's funny how that plays out no matter what. Helium continued to pump. Actually got a really nice pump today. So people held their helium, got excited, decided not to sell their helium like Bitcoin. Cello got a nice pump against Bitcoin. Time, even Chronotech actually, which has been getting some love recently. Remember someone asking me about it. It did just get back above its 200 SMA. You know, that's kind of a signal, an alt that's been slashed to the downside, that's been low on Bitcoin. Finally, even with Bitcoin's pumping, finally getting close and attempting to try to get back above. Even Litecoin Bitcoin wants to pump up. I wouldn't be surprised if that makes a move up to the 200 SMA. UO's Bolt, Tower, and there's ETH BTC. Look at ETH just shooting up to its 200 SMA. Pretty cool, right? To see Ethereum doing that. Let's take a look at Ethereum Bitcoin on KuCoin here, or whatever we want. I usually do it on Binance, but it doesn't matter. So Ethereum Bitcoin, we'll take a look at on the daily. So Ethereum beasting Bitcoin, all right? Bitcoin taking a fall. And it's interesting, like the Bitcoin ETF piled up, people got excited, and then people, you know, sell out of Bitcoin and get back into Ethereum, right? There are people who want to make the most gains. They're not all about holding Bitcoin. They just want to make the most amount of gains, right? In my mind, I have like a certain amount of Bitcoin that I'd be happy with, and then I want to move on. All right. And remember, anything that pushes up for Ethereum, what's going to move with Ethereum? Optimism's going to move because it's a layer, it's a layer for Ethereum. Arbitrum's going to move, okay? It's going to layer, right? And then, you know what else that kind of moves with Ethereum is the injector protocol kind of moves a little bit with the Ethereum equals a little more than the other ones do. Matic tends to pump a little bit because Matic is a layer on Ethereum, was a layer, Sammy, I just converted 1 Bitcoin to DOT. Did I do good? I don't know. It's whatever you think is possible, man. You do whatever you think is possible. Alts will and always catch up. They're going legit apparently. Zencash is up 60% in 3 days. I longed, not logged. Yeah, I know. I figured Bitcoin dominance collapsing. Pendle is massive for Ethereum beta. So yeah, another thing that pumps is Lido DAO. Okay? Lido DAO will pump. So now look, now you have an inverted head and shoulder in a way. Kind of have this shoulder, this head, and this right shoulder break up to the upside, right? You do have the bullish divvy, but you must get back above resistance. If you come up here and you can't dump, right? If you get above here, then we look for a flag and we take the flag to the upside back to what? The 200 SMA on the 1 minute time frame. All right? These are the key concepts that I want you to understand and use every single day of your life. And look, a rounding. See how we're getting a rounding on the 200? On the 21, I mean? It's a good sign. You want a rounding. Same thing. If we were pumping up here, we would dump back down to the 200 SMA. You don't dump forever. You don't pump forever. When you're a beginner, your emotions get so full, all you can feel is the emotion at the time. And so you really feel like you're dumping forever or pumping forever. You can never really, go either way. All right. That short played out a little bit, didn't give us the target, but did get into the money. If you moved your stop loss to break even or you took profits quickly on a scalp, you did make some money on that short. However, it wasn't amazing. It wasn't like one of my amazing calls. I'm not going to be like, oh, look at me. It was all right. It was all right. What we did do, though, is if you were watching my channel and you're a beginner, you'd be freaking out on a red candle, but somehow you got here, you watched the 1 minute, and you calmed down. And you saw price action slowly find a place, and you realize that it has to kind of eventually slow up a little bit. Retest 46K in call now. Yeah, polymatic analysis, please. Yes, sir, another 60% short. Just a matter of time now for XRP to dominate. Matic will pump now. Interesting. Let's get back to ETH BTC. I think it's important. So I like what we're seeing here. And it's kind of, look, it's got a bit of a cup and a handle. A Sammy cup and handy to the upside. That's cup and handle status. Bang, bang, bang. Ethereum about to change the game. And do we get some alt season action here? It's going to be, so Ethereum, low, high, higher, low for Ethereum. Really good sign. Let's look at the weekly for Ethereum BTC. You want to see that oversold too, and it's got momentum. I'll tell you that. And it just crossed its 200 SMA. That's a very big sign. Let's look at the 5-day chart. It's headed for that 200 SMA. Let's look at the 3-day chart. It just got above the 200. Remember, it's about, no, it didn't yet. It's about to. Sorry, I had so many. Look at the daily. And I teach this. If we can close above the 200 SMA, it's ETH season. So that tells me that Ethereum will beat up on Bitcoin. Now, the market could go down a little bit and Ethereum could go down less. So it doesn't always mean that we're always going to pump entirely, but it does mean that Ethereum will beat up on Bitcoin. So really good sign here. And once we get above the 200 SMA, look at the last time. Huge move. Even if it was just a quick move, but a huge move coming here for Ethereum BTC. So I like what I'm seeing. We're a little overbought on the 4-hour time frame. If I was going to switch my Bitcoin to Ethereum, or even a portion of it, would have been on this flag last night, right? Like there. But I'd wait for this to either, make it to, look at the 1 minute. I'll wait for this to kind of it looks like it's going to pump a little more today, but eventually it's going to make a flag. And once it makes the flag on the 1-hour time frame, and it looks good because we can see the bigger time frames look good, I may swap some Bitcoin for Ethereum. Then you look at a chart like Sol ETH, and then you could swap some Sol for ETH. It's crazy how the game can go on and on, right? So I like what I'm seeing here for Sol. Now we have to look at Bitcoin dominance. It's going to be a different type of show because today we're looking at all sorts of different interesting things. When we look at Bitcoin dominance, we must. So look, this is interesting, but you have to heed this. Shoulder, head, Kind of a right shoulder. Even though it did dip, it's weird, right? And even this was a shoulder, head and shoulder. Anyway, we had toppings. We had toppings out, right? We got to this resistance, couldn't get above it. We fell to the downside for Bitcoin. And remember, when we were down here, it did say we were going to get a bounce. We were low, and we said it says there was a bounce. And we did get the bounce for Bitcoin all the way to 48K. Unbelievable, right? $48,000 BTC. But now the dominance is falling to the downside. The one thing that I got to look at now is tether dominance. And look at that. We got rejected by the exact place. We could not get above it. Look at that. Now we're in an ascending triangle. These are 50-50 patterns. They can break to the downside. I wouldn't be surprised if we broke lower. I see the measured move to 43,900. And more people just heard what I said. They're selling Bitcoin for Ethereum. All right. Watch. We're gonna balance this off now. Because now we got to look at the key other charts. You know the charts we got to look at. And remember, I got the order book going right here at all times, watching it for you on another screen. I got 6 monitors. So have no fear. We're always going to be able to give you the information you need to get you through the bumps and dumps. The bumps and dumps in the game. All right. So now I want to look at Bitcoin US Tether dominance. I want to see how much money is pouring into Tether. Are people selling off into Tether? You know? And if not, then this money is going somewhere and it's not leaving the crypto space. So Bitcoin dominance is dumping. But Tether dominance is not pumping. It's telling me the money is flowing into Ethereum and other coins. You want to look at Sol BTC, right? You want to look at the big players. That looks like it's gonna get a little bit of a rally here soon. So look, Sol BTC. So now you can start to see, interesting, money is moving out of Bitcoin and into these altcoins. It's very, very interesting. And I see Sol beating up on Bitcoin. It just got a golden cross on the 3-day chart. Very, very bullish. So you grab some Bitcoin, you grab some Sol BTC. Bang, bang, bang. How do you do that, right? If you're not sure what you're doing, if you've never done it before, I can guide you, I can help you, I can show you, all right? You go here to spot, all right? First thing you do is you have to get some tether. You go to BTC, USDT, all right? You can even just beat Bitcoin. Say I wanted to buy $1,000 worth of Sol BTC. I type in $1,000 here. I could market buy the Bitcoin. Make sure you hit this first so it gives you an actual price, or fills in market. You buy the Bitcoin, $1,000. All right. You can look down. What did you buy? You can double check. I bought 0.02250. You could even grab this and copy it. Okay. You now go to BTC here, and you can go to Sol. And these are all your BTC markets. And there's people trading BTC markets every day, all the time. When I started trading these coins, there was only BTC markets. There wasn't Tether. You didn't have a chance to get into Tether, so you couldn't do that. All right. So now you're like, all right, I want to flip Sol BTC. So remember, total. I paste what I put in there, right? So I could remember. And you could, limit in there. Oh, you can't market buy, which is pretty interesting. So you can't market buy. Pretty awesome in a way. And if I can't market buy, I usually just go higher than the price action. All right. And remember, they tried to get all my Bitcoin there again. I can keep pasting that, and then I can buy Sol BTC. All right. And I can buy 0.02250, right? Now, it'll look like Sol in your wallet. You know what I mean? You'll have to remember that you bought the Bitcoin pair. All right. So, do you have Bitcoin setups in the group? I do, not all the time, but I do them a lot more than I used to. But there's times where we're just making money, making gains. You know what I mean? And one thing I want to talk about, in the trading group last night, we went over this. So look, so now you can follow the money in cryptocurrency, right? And I can teach you how to do that. And look, there you go, dumping to the downside. I see that going all the way to the target, 43,897. Bookmap don't lie, and Bookmap had liquidity to the downside. Usually we're going to get it. And look, these divergences are just not hard enough. They're not strong enough. They're not playing out. Look at this, man. Massive move. And this is just, it really looks like this is going into ETH. Look at ETH continuing to pump. So you can see the money just flowing right out of Bitcoin and into Ethereum directly. Right now, that's exactly what's happening. They're funneling Bitcoin money into Ethereum. You're watching it happening in front of your face. Okay? Because now you want to look at the DXY. All right? Altcoin Daily preaching everyone should get 10 sold. Yeah. Bitcoin, not many coins to trade, no money. Lots of altcoins been collected over the past months to trade. And look at that. We almost hit the target. There's the dump to 44,000. Insanity. And there it is. I mean, wow. A lot of money was made on these shorts today. They liquidated longs like you read about. So there was so many people that were still long believing the ETF. See, you can't do that. See, I never did that. See, other people, they don't look at NETA. They just go, oh, the ETF, it's going to go long. See, they don't use any, their brain is driving them. Their brain and their emotions, nothing else. For us in this channel, it's complete logic. We're just simply looking at the charts. I mean, the divergence is getting out of control. And it was another mass liquidation here on Bookmap. And now they say we go lower. They got 43.5 now. See, Bookmap will keep tracking for you too. Right? And so just like when I'm long and I'm trading long, right? And I keep trading little flags. But that was crazy. This is good dump music. It's like dark and dreary, right? Insane. Wow. And we keep making half of the inverted, but never getting there. We just can't, with no reversal pattern. And look, there's not even enough divergence here, in my humble opinion. So when you don't have a strong divergence, I look for a continuation pattern to short. So look, we can flip this upside down. Remember, I trade this long the same way we traded short. Same way. Wow, look at those 30-second candles. It looks like Hikinashi, and it's not. So crazy. So once you make it outside of the band of the moving averages, you start using those as a bounce area to continue down until you can shred right through them again to the 200. Look, we're upside down right now. I would, continue to short to 43,400. You're like, what is this man doing? He's out of his mind. I'm just showing you different things that you don't see other people do. Why have the same TA everyone else does? Why do the same stuff that everyone else does? I want to be different than everybody else. Let's have a moment of silence and say prayer for the longs that were lost. I mean, a lot of people got absolutely blasted. Loving my soul short. Please leave it until much lower. This guy says don't listen to YouTubers while showing up and watching and commenting. Don't worry, man. Seize the day. Don't let him get to you, man. Say a prayer, man. Right now, I want to say, dear Lord, thank you for everything in which you've given me. Even though Bitcoin is dumping, help me always maintain a good day. Help me be nice to my kids. You don't want to be in a bad mood. Help me realize that this could be the last day of my life, and I want to make sure it's the best day of my life. So, super important that we're always maintaining, proper understanding of this life we live in. And wow, but this is a dump. When I can't even flag out the 30-second chart, like they can't even give us a flag there. This is just wow. It's one of the biggest dumps I've seen in a long time. And I was short last night in the trading group. Shout out to everybody here. That's why we have the weekly screen share. Who is super happy about the weekly screen share last night? Who, after the weekly screen share, went to bed. Now they see the dump and they realize, like, hey, you were prepared for this. Who used to not have a weekly screen share, and then after coming to it, like, I just want to see the difference. Like, you used to do this on your own. Now you pay $99. You're in a trading group, or you paid for the year. Who realize? I just want to see if you got a lot of benefit out of the screen share. I just want to make sure. You know what I mean? And I want to see if today is easier for you to handle because of the screen share you had last night. Okay. I saw a big dub this morning on the toilet. That's funny. Up 1K thanks to the screen share. Amazing. Yeah. I love it. I'm up about 40%. They were on spot. Screen share was super. I love you and the group. Wonderful last night. I would have made money instead of getting liquidated. Everything. Dang. Had a quick question about joining the 99. If someone has a free second payment, it says first of the month. No, it's fine. You can pay any day you want, and it sets up on that day. So if you pay on the 10th, it resets on the next 10th. If you pay on the 12th, if you pay on the 29th, it resets on the 29th. Yeah, it does not do that Patreon stuff. Do you do TI on Bitcoin to see if you're long on an alt? Of course. That's why we look at Bitcoin all day. I heard the screen share was fully closed. It was, yeah. Welcome to Crypto Wall Street. Yep. Why Bitcoin going down to correction? We're going to 37,000. We have some support here at 44,000. But now we do have to kind of look at the macro yet again. And we've determined that the only great thing about this is the money's not leaving cryptocurrency. It's going into Ethereum. So, you can see Bitcoin dominance collapsing. It's a good sign for our altcoins, everybody. So if you're in alts, a lot of money got into Bitcoin, and it's just leaving Bitcoin and heading into the altcoins. Let's take a look at the total market cap in all of cryptocurrency. How bad is it taking a hit? All right. And it's red, but it's not half as red as Bitcoin. However, I will tell you, it's overbought on the daily and does need a pullback. So it's interesting. The money's flowing out into ETH, and then are they going to dump ETH too? It's weird. But, what I've been watching is this idea here. You could try to say we're retesting, but I feel like, no, we fell back inside. Oh, you broke out. Now you're breaking back inside. It's like it was a bull trap. Try to fake you to break out of this to the upside. Now you come back down. Now this could break down. Total market cap doesn't look amazing. I'm being, the bigger time frames don't look, they're pretty sold off though. So it says that the daily is going to come back down and dump us. I'd be looking at this level here at 146. Obviously, we'd lose 159 as well. Today, don't worry, I'm going to go over all this, and we're going to do our macro analysis for Bitcoin, the weekly video. And so get prepared for that. That's something that will come out. So I'm not going to go too deep into this because you're going to see it literally later on this afternoon. It's going to be a pre-recorded video too, so you'll have access to that later on. I do that every single Friday if you want to jump on in. All right. If you liked what happened, if you wanted to be at the weekly screen share, you could have joined the trading group last night and been there. Join the trading group, cryptolifer.com. Super awesome. I can't wait to see you there, and you will get all the awesome insights. 15 years of trading, every single thing that I'm seeing. If I'm going over something, what's happening, and I'll break it down. So finally, some type of inverted head and shoulder. You see it? Finally attempting to slow down. All right. 43.8. We did hit 43.8. Bookmap says we go lower. It's still got a mean order down here at 43.540. We don't get every one of them, but it just says that, hey, we're likely going to go lower. All right. Now you got resistance at 44,200. Do we bounce or roll over? I mean, this could be the possible reversal now. Like, we will reverse at one point and go after the shorts. There's got a bunch of people now that have short stop losses that need to get wrecked. And we got a gap here in the VRVP. So this is what they do back and forth all day. So whoever gets late to the party, whoever's emotionally late to the party, they waited, then they just jump in. Those are the people that get wrecked. Whoever takes their money, get in and out, and has control, they get paid. You can pay yourself if you have a plan and you're in and out of the market. If you force yourself in the market, you're going to have your bit of a problem. See how the stochastics are turning on us now? It looks like this is going to dump again. Stop loss on the other side of the 200 SMA. And this looks like it's going to drop to 43.4. Either that or we double bottom here. But I see more pain for Bitcoin. Ethereum continuing to pump against BTC. Interesting enough. How's ETH USDT? Is that also pumping? It is. So Ethereum pumping today, which is crazy, right? So as Bitcoin dumps, ETH pumping. So people making money no matter what. Let's take a look if there's going to be a continuation for this pump for Ethereum. Bit of bearish div now on that 5 minute. Let's look at our 7. Yeah, you got some cat ears going on here, right? Looks like ETH is slowly going to break down. I mean, that's pretty bearish. That's a weird pattern. I guess you'd say it was this and you retested. Still pretty weird. If it is retesting though, Ethereum could make a move further up. The target for ETH is 29.45. This is crazy. I'm almost in my lifetime, I've never seen Bitcoin take this bit of a dip and Ethereum take this much of a pump. Pretty interesting for me. I'm happy about it because I like that a lot of money isn't leaving the space. Even in the last hour, we got a sell off and then a buy back into Ethereum. So people are still kind of, running that narrative. Why would you want to go? Let's take a look at the DXY now. We got to see what is the dollar doing. The dollar's still slumping and about to dump. Like the dollar did nothing today. So this is a completely internal move in cryptocurrency. These are whales selling Bitcoin for Ethereum, period. That's what we're seeing right now. And that's why we don't see a big hit in the altcoins. All right. That's why portfolios are down, but they're not down too bad. They could be down way worse than they are, right? Like Caspa, my Caspa bag still holding above, 60,000 is pretty interesting to me. All right. Yesterday was crazy. I'll be honest. Yesterday was a crazy day. And we didn't even give it all back. So it's interesting, to say the least. Tracking it every day. So the dollar index still, basically at a triple top, looking super bearish. And, that's a Bart Simpson. It's a Bart Simpson pattern that's about to roll over to the downside, in my humble opinion. All right. 30K Tom Crown. Funny. Is Tom Crown here in the chat? Shout out to Tommy Crown. Are you out there? Tommy Crown. Gold and silver moved up today too. As soon as Bitcoin started dumping, GBTC outflows from yesterday started coming through this morning. 200 million of known sells so far. Yeah. I was short from a couple days ago on ETH. Caught the absolute high to the dollar. Was up 60%. It came back up and made another high this morning. Had to stop right under my short. It's so crazy. Bake, Solbro, USDT, ARPA, CRISPR, Quant, and XRP BTC. The first Bitcoin 2.0 will pump, as always, when Bitcoin dumps. You're funny. Just had my dinner. Shout out to Jamie Barry. We love you. Joel and High Elite One Straw. This is a buy the dip opportunity for Bitcoin. Remember, when everyone gets fearful, you buy. Oh yeah, for sure. We need the crypto lifer Tom Crown crossover. We've talked about it. We got to do something. It just, my mom died right when we were in the talks of it, and I just needed a moment. Ordy will get a shot. Thoughts on Matic, bro? Should I buy altcoins now, my girl, again? How far Solana will dip? Bitcoin ETFs, profits rolling into ETH ETF speculation. I know. Sir, should we activate order at 31K? Whatever makes you happy, man. Why would you ask me? Today is making it easier to get my final Bitcoin holding. Look at that. This guy's an opportunity guy. He's talking about opportunity, And yeah, I mean, it's a good day to buy a little more BTC. Every day is a day to buy a little more Bitcoin, in my humble opinion. And I'll put my money where my mouth is. Another 2,500. Snatching it. I'm greedy when everyone's fearful, right? And we'll look back 10 years from now, and whoever had a long-term plan and wasn't freaking out with the emotions right now are there. The market's dumping. I'm live right now. It's not awesome. I'm not like, yeah, let's go. Let's dump. I love dumping it to the downside. You know what I mean? Like, We have 1,700 people here on the live. Let's dump him, you know. But I am teaching you we can make money either way. It does not matter. Like right now, this looks like you're going to dump again. It's a bear flag right there. It's already dumping. Look at that. It is a late short. We are getting some div, but every time and so the Stokes right here are likely to roll over. My target is 43,374. And it'd be awesome if we can finally make a higher low. But I'm still bearish for Bitcoin. And now you have another bit of resistance at 44,200. And that was the key area that I said we can't lose. Then we lost that. And it's kind of like, that's, you know what I mean? That was a very key area. For me, at least. How's Myro doing? Is it holding up in the pain? Doing pretty good. I mean, it's at 11. Still holding gains. It did get a sell-off, but from yesterday's flag that we talked about, it's up, still up, but it, gave back most of the gains. But still up pretty nicely. Myro did a beautiful job. Shout out to anyone that got into Myro. We gave it on 12.19 in the trading group. I bought in at 2 cents, 2.5 cents. It went all the way to about 13. It did a 6x, doing very, very nice. You know what I mean? Even the beefiest bull has to stop every so often to munch some grass. Amen. Yeah. Shout out to Little Time Mining, back to 45K. You never know. This short is in the money again now. Look, you can move the stop to break even, and you're either going to get kicked out or you're going to make money. See that? That's how I trade them. I don't mind. I don't care if I get break even 10 of them and then 2 of them make gains, because that's making money. Okay? I want to sign up for the 99 group today, and I'm able to pay the payment with ADA. Yes, you can. Please email cryptolifers@gmail. Cryptolifers@gmail. And we will take your payment. All right? Can we see sub 40K Bitcoin today? I don't know. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Now that short is in the money, and I just gave it to you right now again. There you go, baby. You're in the money on this short. Stop loss to break even. You can't lose. I showed you exactly how to go after this short. Simple. You don't have to be a genius here. High stochastics, below the 221. Same way I trade a long on a scalp. A long scalp's the same exact thing. We projected it, wait for it to come to the 21, we trade it. Wait for the Stokes to get low, but this time we wait for the Stokes to get high. It's just the opposite idea. Here would be a place to take half the trade off the table, because we could get a bounce right when we hit that. Because you can see that we bounced there. Once we lose that, you're dropping. You could once you close the candle below, you could add, and we're going to drop likely to 43.3. And now once you break 44,000, you got that psychological idea that you're going to go lower. All right. Hey man, can you give us your TA on LDO? It's going to be following, Ethereum. But you got to do a super chat for me to do TA yet. Shout out to anyone who made gains right now on this short to the upside. Or to the downside, but your portfolio's to the upside as the short dumps. But shout out to everyone. That's a beautiful short right there. Even at the end of it too. We caught it at the end. You didn't have to fight, bang, bang, bang. All right. Wow, this is amazing. Unbelievable. And see right there, we're going to battle this area because there's a double bottom there, you see? It's going to be some profit taking there. It could be a bounce. I'd take some money off the main, Oh, wow. And there you go. You lost that key level. Beautiful. We're going to fall down to 43,300 now. Boom. There you go. Easy money, man. Shorts are fast money. You can get paid really quick, get in and out of the market. You don't need to do a lot. All right. Cas just don't care. Yeah, Casper's also holding pretty nicely compared to Bitcoin. All coins are holding up nicely. People are selling off. Look. And there you go. That short was beautiful. Look at that. I gave it to you right in front of you. Showed you exactly how to enter, when to put the stop loss to break even. Complete risk-free trade. All right. Because of you, Crypto Lifer, I'm having my most profitable day on a day when I would have lost a lot without you. Pickle Rick, we love you and we appreciate you, man. This happens all the time. People say, hey, I made my most profitable day with you, and it would have been a day where I would have lost a lot of money. Making gains. The hotness, baby. Watch waters above crypto. Take a look at Ape Zcash. And wow, man, we can't get a divergence to save our lives here. I have Matt Money watching these YouTube loves every day. I have made money watching the YouTubes every day and finally joining the 99 today. I just sent my email to support for setting ADA. Never been more excited to start something. Road Mix, we love you. We appreciate you. I love that you're jumping on in today. And look at that. The dump happens. Look, I called this dump for you. Now, I mean, basically we won the trade. You know, you can take most of your money off the table now and we won. But it's likely coming to my target. Look at that. Beautiful move to the downside. Textbook. Come on, baby. You know you want to come to the target now. Make me look good and come right to my yellow line. And basically hit the target of my my long tool, though. But come on, baby. You know you're going to come all the way down. And Bookmap told us this was going to happen. We knew it. And then 43,000, and then it's kind of done. Look, and then the liquidity's gone. And they shorted as many people as they could, and they bought as much as they could. All right. 43,000, and I'm forced to buy another little more, right? I gotta buy these red days. I got no choice. I gotta buy the red day, right? Make sure they all went through. Filled. Snatch Bitcoin at 43, 44 on the lows, baby. On the lows. All right. On the lows. I'm not chasing Bitcoin on the highs. I'm buying Bitcoin on the lows. Come to my target now and make me look good for everybody on the live. Come on. Just do what you're supposed to do. Come to my target. We can all get paid. Lifer Daily Clinic, who here just made a boatload with me right now. And there you go. All right. Come on. It hit the target now. All right. Now you can call me a G. All right. Come on. And it hit my exact target and bounced. But you made gains right now. You made gains. All right. Short and chill the whole market. Exactly. Short and chill the whole weekend. Exactly. It's a good entry, testing weekly support. And there, I would take money on that short now. What a beautiful gain you just made. At 10x leverage, that's a 16% gain. At 20x, that's 32. At 30x, you're talking a beautiful 48% gain. I mean, so we still don't really have a strong div though. Like that div's a little bit, but it's still not what I'm looking for Bitcoin. We may continue to go further to the downside. Now I'd project my next flag, just like I would flip this back. How do I project my flag? Same idea. All right. And the next trade, make sure, and we're upside down right now. I just want to let you know, because I trade bullishly all the time, and I've always been a more bullish trader. So I can trade short as long as I just trade bullish. Doesn't that make sense? It's kind of weird, but, and I teach students this. So I help people that have a really hard time shorting. I teach them how to short the market. And I did this for years till I figured it out. Like, it helped me. You get it? I just had to flip the chart a different way to give me a new perspective. Look, I'll flip it back upside down and you'll see we're going to, now, so when the 21 comes and touches, this could continue. Our target will be 42,900. All right. Hey, Sam, thanks for all you do. Could you look at CLSK stock, please? Probably, I don't know, maybe. Yeah. I guess I will. I don't really want to jump into a stock right now. Bitcoin's getting absolutely melee, And Mara back into the teens. Are you kidding me? So sad. Mara back to 19. I did need to buy more, but wow. And this wasn't a triangle. It said it could go back to 11. Insane. Bake, Soul, ARPA, CRISPR Quant, XRP, BTC. Wow, we got a few super chats. Not too many, though. Thank you for the super chats. We appreciate the love. Oops, my super chat is a stock. I know, right? Almost doubled my money on these shorts. Shout out to Crunk C. We love you. Don't tell Lifer. You're funny. No. It's all good. It's all good. No, I'm in a great mood all the time. I don't want to get, yeah. Shout out to all the fan funding. Oof, Crazy Frog. Bryson Gonzalez. Bake. What's your opinion on the Soul Brobe? Noob. Never heard of it. Soul Brobe. If you could get ARP, I appreciate it. Thank you. Shout out to Rips. We'll look at that. CRISPR, Pickle Rick. Labos. Check Quant, please. Thank you, Tucker, Pickle Rick, Rips, and everyone that gave. Tucker again, Bryson Gonzalez, Jason Riggs, Brandon, Su181, XRP BTC chart, and CLX. Just wanted to shout everyone that gave fan funding. $41 at chat revenue. You people are absolutely amazing. That definitely helps me get breakfast this morning. I appreciate that. Struggling, you know what I mean? So that you know, no, but God bless everybody here on the live. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, but Mara taking a hit too. Everything taking a hit. Let's take a look at ES1 S&P futures. Is that also getting sold off pretty hard? A little bit, but not as bad as Bitcoin. So this is kind of an isolated incident here for BTC, and we can figure that out based on Ethereum. I'm looking for the S&P to pull back and just consolidate for a bigger move, but I am looking for a couple week like sideways consolidation for the S&P after that monster end of the year rally. All right. Remember, that was the look, the exact target is where it bounced. Look, my target was the exact place price bound. It's so weird, right? My TA is impeccable. I can teach you how to do this. You can do what I do. I just use a system so you can do it. Over time, there's a little intuition that goes over time. You just get this like sense of the market, but. And did I talk about Jason Casper today? What a nice guy. Jason Casper, man. God bless that man. Shout out to all the Casparians out here, all the JC Casparians. I don't know what we call you guys. I call you Casparians. I like that. Pricians. You guys are the lifers. We got the lifers over here. God bless the crypto lifers, man. And so we didn't open up this short yet, but it's looking like it's possibly getting ready for another move to the downside. That was a beautiful short right here. That was all we needed for the day. I hope a bunch of people make textbook gains on that short. It was absolutely textbook. 21, ready. I showed you exactly how to get in, when to get in. Bam. I wish I knew how to short. These red days make me poor. Smashing it, as always. You will learn how to short if you keep watching the market. Look, I showed you how to short today right there. Right now. Look, 21 coming. You short just the same way. You got to learn how to long, honestly. You don't know how to do either one. I could teach you either way. I could teach you, man. Hang out with someone that can teach you stuff. That's the key. Hang out with someone that can teach you stuff. All right? Spend time with people that are educating you. Don't spend time that waste your time and don't show you anything. I'm always going to be here to teach. I'm always going to be here to help because that's what I'm passionate about. That's what I love to do. You want to be around people that are doing what they love to do. Also, I like being around people that are passionate about learning, so I hang out around those types of people. My friends are passionate about learning. The people that I hang out with have deep conversations about science, math, religion, philosophy. My wife is always picking my brain, always trying to talk. She would talk all night about the world and, socioeconomic ideas. My wife is so smart. Such a beautiful woman. She's so awesome. I'm so lucky I have her in my life. I really am. Without her, I don't know where I would go. All right. Casper is my favorite. Lifer is a close second. You're funny. Crazy how Bitcoin is dipping and half the market isn't. Well, it's all, it's people that have been buying all these alts for so long, and they're not just going to give up positions out of nowhere just because of some Bitcoin folly, okay? Also, Bitcoin was running up because of the ETF, where, all coins running up. Did they have ETFs? No, so it was a back and forth, you know what I mean? Let's take a look again, though. Are we still losing? Are they still strong? Yeah, Helium back up again. ETP Optimism still holding their gains. Not amazing, but still holding their gains. Look, 78% in 7 days for Ethereum name service. Rocket Pool. I talked about this last night in the trading group and said, you're going to see Lido DAO, Rocket Pool. You're going to get some pretty big moves. Injector Protocol down, but not too bad. Sol down, but not too bad, right? Beam even down, but not too bad. A lot of coins that got sold off. Even Casper holding high 11s. Pretty interesting to see. Market's interesting. A lot going on today. All right. Bitcoin is a buy all day, in my opinion. Little time mining. Show me the way, Sensei. Pump it, baby. Shorting ETH the next few months will be as risky as shorting Bitcoin the last few. Just because he goes live shirtless. You're funny. Bounce back from here or more dumpage. I don't know. Bitcoin profits flowing into Ethereum. That's what we're talked about. That's what we've been seeing today. And, yep. Now, if you can get above the 200 SMA on the 5 second, you can get above the 200 SMA on the 30, and maybe there's a chance we can reverse here. We're looking for the reversal pattern finally. God bless anyone that took that short. Was the one I was waiting to give you guys a perfect trade, and I did. I'm so happy I did. God bless everybody out here. All right. All right. Why is it going down? Gary Gensler was selling. Bitcoin bouncing on the 4-hour 200 SMA. Yeah, but it's going to be very, it's very chintzy. Let's take a look at that. Look at Bitstamp. I never look at Bitstamp, but whatever. It doesn't matter to me. So look, we lost the 200 SMA on the 1-hour time frame. The second that candle closes, I'm short. I'm daringly short. And then I'm short till we hit the 200 SMA on the 4-hour time frame. Now, remember, it's not all bad yet. We're still kind of holding this trend line. It's not the worst thing in the world. Once we close a candle below this, it's like we're going to drop down, and you're going to see Bitcoin fall to 40,000, and there's a chance we do go all the way to 30. There's a chance we do see 38K today, because we could just go boom. There's definitely a chance we see 38K today. All right. Justin, Grayscale was selling. Gary Gensler is a dumb man, somebody said. Maybe, Miro, someone pointed to, yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then we'll work right back up. Actually, a retracement is good. I would be more worried if it goes to the all-time high before the halving. Yeah. Bless you, Sam. Let's take a look at the super chats, and then we're out. So look, you want to see if the 200 can be held right now by the 4-hour. You went right to it, and you're being held by it. You're like, bing. Again, there is a... you're looking for that hidden bullish to save the day, which did a few times, but it may not this time. It may not this time. All right. Were people really expecting institutions and high net worth individuals to ape into the ETF with Bitcoin at a 2-year high? What do you mean they did ape into the ETF? They did 7 billion in volume yesterday. I love when people say things they have no idea what they're talking about. Like they did ape into the ETF. Like the ETF guy, it was the biggest seller in the history of ETFs. Like you just depicted exactly what happened. Like that's exactly what happened. Like yes, that's exactly what happened, man. So funny. Anyway, it's just funny to me. So could this be could we get a bounce here for Bitcoin and save the day? There's a chance. As long as we don't lose this trend line and we stay above the 200 SMA, we could get ourselves a bit of a bounce here. It was a double top, freaking bull trap. I've never seen anything like that. That's insane, right? But again, the M pattern broke to the downside. It's an M. M's are supposed to break down. Like that's what's supposed, and that's what happened. And don't you notice we always get a lot of the movement during my show, 10 to 12. It's the best time to trade. I'm telling you right now, it's the best time to be trading is from 10 to 12. We finally got a little liquidity back above us here. And now we got the long range bull. Whenever I see that kind of extended, usually it's towards the end of the rally too. And we got to 43,004. We got to some pretty low levels. Do we go lower? Well, we'll know by looking at this trade here. This looks like it's going to be another perfect trade. Hold up. And that's why I don't use emotion. See, emotional people like it's dumping so much I can't keep shorting. Well, look, bang right here like so. Oversold in the Stokes. Let the Stokes be our guide. Last time, that's all how we traded. Look, high Stokes, boom. High Stokes, Boom. Bearish div, shoulder, head, shoulder. Come to daddy. Another short to the downside here. Looks like it's about to drop to 42,900. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And again, I hold Bitcoin long term. I believe in Bitcoin long term. I don't want you guys to think I am a predator who loves to watch Bitcoin dump. I just want to see price action go whichever way it can go and take advantage of it. That is it. Shout out to everybody here on the live who's having fun watching the Crypto Lifer, who just came to the channel from the YouTube recommendations. Put a 333 if you just found me from YouTube. If you like what you're seeing here, God bless you. All right? I love you all. Elizabeth Warren and Gary G are out having shots right now. You're funny. You're the trade sensei, Sammy. Can you explain why it's going down? I just got here. Because it is. All right. Shout out to everyone that just jumped on into the YouTube recommendation. I love it. God bless YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. We love you. We appreciate you. And we're going to be here every single day. You can count on me. YouTube just wants to make money, man. That's what they want to do. They want to make money on ad revenue. You know, I'm teaching inside of that environment. And look, there we go again to the downside. But wow, the Stokes reset. Look how fast the Stokes reset. 1 minute about to dump again. And we just gave you another short entry there at 43,822. Already up. Already up again. And here we go. And look, we have the orders for Bookmap telling us that we can get all the way down to 42,890. No reason not to continue the short to the downside. Just remember to continue the patterns. All right? I want to do the super chats, but this is insane. It doesn't stop. All right? Thank you so much for giving your ideas. It helps so much anytime. Aladdin at work. YouTube, Google. Because it is, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Price. You're the man. Shout out to Fib Sniper. God bless you. Pamp it. Somebody said, yeah, dump it. You mean, yeah. And there, now you're really in the short again. I just gave you a second short. Nicely in the money. Move your stop loss to break even. Nice and calmly. Take a deep breath. You can do this on Mexi nice and easily. Ready to go. You can also link your charts to your TradingView account. And you can trade live on TradingView if you want to. All right. Link for the techno playlist. It's my own little playlist. You'd never get the exact link, you know. But it's epidemic sound you can get to. Shout out to the $49 in chat revenue. Thank you for being here. And look, double bottom here. That's where you would take half off because you never know. You could get a bounce. You lose this level, though, you're going all the way down. And there you go. I just gave you a second flag, told you exactly when to get into the trade, showed you how to move the stop, where to put the stop, how to put the stop into break even. You're now with the money again on the short, and the short continues to drop to the downside. And the level we're taking it all the way is to 42,950, and it's very likely we're going to hit my target. How am I doing this? Am I a magician? Do I know where price is going? And have I time traveled? Maybe. Have I done this before? Yes, many, many times in my life. Is this my first time? No, it's not. Okay. And there we are, 43,000 to 230. Am I emotional? No. Am I handling this well? Yes. Am I just looking at the charts? Yes. I'm just trading bear flags that hit the 21-day moving average. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm looking for a bullish div that I can finally sink my teeth into. Right here, it's getting a bit better. But it's still, you know, that's not bad. That one's like the best one we've seen all day. Okay. And there, I mean, there's the bullish div there. Low stochastics, maybe a good time to, you know, take some profits on the trade and call it a day. Don't be too greedy. We hit the first one, you know. A good bullish div now. And again, all day I just keep looking for eventually the inverted, but they won't give it to us. Do crazy people answer themselves all the time? ETF has been buying OTC Bitcoin, which has been priced from Coinbase. When supply runs out, they will need to purchase spot, which affects price. Exactly. They've been buying in Cumberland. Cumberland is OTC here, right? Leading investors in technology. They provide the big liquidity behind the scenes. All right. bleeding nonstop. Let's take a look at the BTC chart. Let's take a look at the ETH BTC chart. Is it continuing to beat up, or is that eventually also getting? Eventually, that'll take a hit too. Wow, but it did continue to pump to the upside there. Eventually, getting a little bit of a pullback, but continuing to pump. And let's look at ETH UST. And so that little flag did get sold off at 27 back down too as well. But still, I mean, it pumped hard last night and now making a flag. So Coinbase has sophisticated buy bots. They DCA in on the lows. Yep. 42.5 then up. ETH dipping. No worries. Reverse. I'm a sophisticated buy bot. I DCA in on the lows. Lifer, do you invest to get into airdrops? I do. I try not to invest, though. I just try to play around. Like, I don't want to waste too much. I just try to play around. All right? And get what I can. Meaning, like, sometimes you don't even have to invest. You just have to click, do a few things, do a couple deposits. You don't have to do tons of stuff to get gains. All right? Struggling, man. Bitcoin just getting massively sold off. There's a massive sell-off right now for BTC. So like, okay, you got your DTC. It's probably the government just selling all their Bitcoin, right? Oh, so you got your thing. We'll just sell off on you. But it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's not going to change the fact. All right? Still a break even. The only thing that can happen is you don't lose money here. You just get kicked out of the trade. Remember that. If you use a cool, calm head, you're going to be fine. I see a really good divergence finally. Swing down to swing down, swing up to swing up on the 1 minute time frame. I get when Bitcoin moves fast, I get the smaller time frames. Mickey is my hidden gem. That thing is trash, man. Alts are starting to sell off. Alt season, you're welcome. Why do you block people? I don't block people. I have no control over this. I'm not watching the chat. You really think I have time to block people here? So I don't block people, man. If you got blocked, it's an admin, you know what I mean? I can't I have a staff of like 10 people now. I can't control everybody that works for me and everything that happens. You know what I mean? Don't take it so personal, man. All right? Thank you. Can I get a thumbs up from you so you understand that it's not me? And can you not take it so personal so you don't see me at a Barnes & Noble one day at a book signing and decide to like attack me? You know, I always have this fear of I'm going to be at a book signing because I'm definitely going to write a few books and they're going to come and just you know, just, you blocked me in October of 2003! You know, it's like, geez Louise, man. So, anyway. And if you're blocked, you're probably doing something stupid. You know what I mean? So. Okay. And he got a thumbs up from the dude. All right. Thank you. All right. If someone was blocked, my guess is there's a good reason. Yeah. Getting attacked at a bookstore is hilarious, right? Congrats, you got timed out again. This guy's so funny, man. Anyway, who, me? No, just joking. So look, now we're in another flag. It likely wants to dump on you again. Continue the move. First target is 42,928. For Bitcoin, 1,894 people on the live, 774 likes. Can we get the likes up to the watchers? Even to 1,000 likes. Let's go. I gave you a live trade right there. I gave you another live trade right there. Both played out, they're both paid, and showed you how to move the stop to break even. Both are in the money right now, technically. Actually, this one's at even right now. It's at the buy, right? Oh no, the buy was right there. Yeah, the buy's right there. It's that one. It's actually still in the money, but there is a very strong bullish div now. And now you have this is where you have to flip this area here where you had resistance, bounce. So now you get back above 43,729 to remain. You flip that, then we can give ourselves an inverted head and shoulder. And I want to stop shorting the market, like. Okay, shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for being here. All right. Okay. So we're going to take a look at Soul Probe, I guess. I want to go over the super chats, but it's really kind of irrelevant because it's really all about what Bitcoin does today and what's happening. I mean, it's kind of like a non-super chat type of day. It's a freaking emergency Bitcoin stream, right? It's out of control. We have 1,800 people here on the live because people are like, what is happening, right? Bake actually looks pretty nice. It's interesting. Funny how these altcoins don't give a dang. Like normally the altcoins are dumping. Bake doesn't care. Bake doesn't care at all. Looks like it's not even moving though. It's weird. But Bake is in a flag on the 4-hour time frame. 21 coming up. Looks like Bake may actually continue to pump here. Wow, I'm actually pretty bullish on Bake. As long as Bake stays above 39, it looks like it's going to move through this gap. Look at the gap in the VRVP, all the way up to that point of control at 53.80. I like what I'm seeing here for Bake. Very, very interesting. All right. Look, you're in the money still. You're still in the money in the short. We haven't closed it yet. I love this dubbage. Moon Boy's in full panic mode. I appreciate your positive vibes each day. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, if you're a Moon Boy and you don't realize that price can go up or down, it's too many people that get just they're heading deer in headlights. Oh, you got to learn how to short and long the market. You got to take advantage of the market no matter which way it goes. It just is what it is. All right? It is what it is. Bang. Wow, I told you to short the Ponzi. Funny. I don't know how to short anything, stocks or crypto. We'll teach you. Just keep coming back. Join the trading group so you can learn what you need to learn. 1 month you can learn that. Come in with a goal. Leave with what you need. You know, go hard to 20K. Shorts never lose. You're funny. Another short loading up. Kramer just tweeted bottom signal. You're funny. Another short loading up. You talking about fiat dollar? Pipe, please. I need money, man. Pipe, please. Nah. Crypto, did you buy Bitcoin earlier to fuel the short? Funny. Can you make money on any movement? Doesn't matter if it's up or down. Amen. Shout out to Mystic Ruin. If you want to earn, you got to learn. Amen. Reverse Kramer, reverse. Yeah. That's a strong divergence. It could be the one that gets us back to the upside here for Bitcoin. All right. And let me finish off the super chats, and then I'm going to extend a little longer, but then I'm out of here for the day. And I may not finish the super chats today, everyone. It's kind of not a day to look at your coin right now. I have to be honest. Like we're kind of on a bigger idea at the moment. Not to be rude. Normally every day I go over super chats. ARPA in the last 3 days has had a nice pump. I put it out when it was in this channel. It pumped out, then went sideways, and then continued to do some damage. Get rid of the moving averages, look at it on the daily time frame, and see what we're looking at for ARPA. Got above a key resistance. Followed Bitcoin a lot, kind of made this like rising wedge. I feel like it broke out, broke back. It broke out twice. Broke back inside, and now it's continuing to move. The daily suggests this thing continues to go. Token Metrics likes it. Targeted 8 cents, maybe even higher. Token Metrics is all about it. I don't know. The whole market's kind of weird right now. I'll be honest. Like, I got, like, whenever I got Bitcoin on my mind and Bitcoin's dumping like this, it's hard for me to, like, sit and focus on an altcoin. I have to be honest. Even though I'm a great at TA and I can slap on, it just, my mind's just not where I wanted to be on an altcoin right now. Like, if Bitcoin was nice and sideways, we were starting a regular day. Let's take a look at your 4-hour time frame. I mean, you kind of have a double top here, don't you? And the 4 hours coming down. So I look for the 4 hour to come back down. A weird pattern. I got to give it to you, you know. definitely broke back inside. Look for it to retest the top of the channel one more time and continue back up. The daily has legs. The 4-hour needs to pull back. Strange pattern, right? CRISPR? Isn't that some garbage? This thing was a rug pull pharmaceutical. All right. Got back above its 200 SMA on the daily. In a symmetrical triangle. It's going to break out very soon. It's got, you know, it almost looks like a bull flag. It could go either way, but it does look more bullish than bearish. Almost like a shoulder, a head, and a right shoulder there. Above the point of control, pointing up to the upside. Let's look at your 2-day. 2-day chart's about to blast. I like what I'm seeing here for CRISPR. To me, it's likely going to break further to the upside here. My target is 105 for this thing. I don't know anything about it, and I don't care. Let's take a look at Quant USDT. Come back to me a few weeks from now. Tell me if I hit it. Quant, I said, was the most boring coin in the world. I said stay away from it. It barely went up a double when the whole market ripped. It went from 86. It didn't even double. It almost doubled while the entire market did 5Xs, 20Xs, 30X. Imagine sitting in Quant and watching Naka do a 25X, watching Gala pump, watching Myro do a 6X. I mean, the coins that we saw, XNA doing a 10X, like we did. I 10X, XNA, or 7X did. I mean, I 5X'd another coin. I did gains on Myro. We've done, it's just insane. We did like a 20X on Caspa. We've made so much gains and it hasn't even been like quote unquote bull run yet, right? So I feel like we've been in a bullish run, whether it's the bull run or not. So Quant looks like it's going to break out on the 2-day chart, staying above the 200 SMA. As long as it stays above this yellow line and then you have the 50 crossing, that's a good sign. I see Quant at 184 not too long from now, but still the most boring coin in the game is Quant. Most boring coin in the game. CLSK, which is Clean Spark, which I believe they're mining, right? There's something to do with Bitcoin because I met the guy, you know what I mean? Previous resistance, now we get in the fallback. I mean, it's previous resistance becoming support. As long as it holds that level and it's oversold, I see that as a great place to add. And then it goes to 18. Looks like it's actually going to do a pretty big pump. Might take a while, right? That's what I'm looking at for CRISPR. And last but not least, we have XRP BTC, right? Sorry, that was CLX, right? And I didn't do this Soul Bro thing. You guys can research that on your own. I think it's a Soul meme coin. It could be a rug pull, so I don't know. I don't want to add to a rug if it is a rug. You know what I mean? I don't know enough about it, so I'm not going to feature it right now. You can Google it yourself. It's called Soul Bro, all right? You heard it here first from me. If you get into it, it is, you know, do whatever makes you happy. XRP was looking great. It had to maintain this trend line, though, and it did not. It's kind of not a good look, right? And so this premier top coin is still struggling to gain any type of momentum. A lot of people say JP Morgan. A lot of people have been accumulating more and more XRP. It's going to be the big thing. And that may be true. I just think, I take what's in front of me. Other coins have done way better multiples than XRP. XRP is just forming this falling wedge that it's eventually going to have to break on out of. And it lost the beautiful market structure that it was in. It's testing that level. And this is the BTC chart, sorry, so to speak. But still, I mean, doesn't look amazing. It looks like it's in accumulation. Once it gets above 3157, XRP could probably make some gains. But the XRP BTC chart, not looking good. It's in accumulation. XRP itself was looking somewhat bullish to me. I would have, oh yeah, that's I was about to say XRP USDT. I was about to say, I know I did TA on this and it's not looking the same. So look, I have XRP. It's just getting tighter and tighter inside this wedge. As long as it maintains this trend line and gets tighter, I do see a big move coming for XRP. And then it would beat up on that BTC chart. So I am bullish on XRP. All right. Bitcoin finally starting to kind of get somewhat of a lateral price action. I'm going to let this cool off. I need to rest my brain. I've been looking at the chart since 7 in the morning and staring at the screens. My eyes get shot. I need to walk away from the screens. I love all of you. I appreciate you all. The 1,641 people still here on the live. Unbelievable. And don't worry. I mean, this isn't easy. They don't make this market easy to figure out, right? Short's technically still in play. And we may go lower here today, folks. I'll break down a nice update mid-afternoon for my trading group. So if you're freaking out and you need more information, jump into the trading group today. You'll get you'll be able to get in immediately within a few hours, probably less. We help people out immediately. It's usually automated and you're in like that. Especially if you use the Me6 link or you go to lifer.com, cryptolifer.com, get in immediately. Link right to the Discord through the back end. It's awesome. Join today, join today, join today. We make it super easy. Take the first steps. All right. And everyone, MEXC is the place to be. That's where I load up. That's where I trade. That's where you could have made these awesome trades on MEXC. Trading futures on MEXC. All right. Everybody, I love you. I appreciate you. And thank you for the super chats. They were awesome. This is the second trade now, or the third trade. That one there, this one there, and then this one's actually the first one that's still in the money. But that's a second entry for this possible move to the downside. We need is an inverted head and shoulder, which we may be making finally. See this? We get that right shoulder, then we can make our move back to the upside. Target there would be to ride up to the 200 SMA on a nice long scalp if we get it. There's a lot of shorts to be had that we can liquidate because they're definitely still there with all their stop losses. All right. Everybody, thank you so much for coming on into the live stream. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here, sharing your most precious asset with me. And I'm going to catch you tomorrow in the morning. Quick update because it is Friday. Quick morning update. And then we also go live Saturday night at 8 p.m. So there's a Saturday night show tomorrow at 8 p.m. Sunday night show for the weekly candle close. Every single week I do the weekly candle close. I'm here for you. I don't take days off. I spent every single